Not forgetting who I was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget who, get who. And are you just fucking around in my mind one last time? I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I trap me inside your walls now. Tell me I won't get out. Tell me I won't get out. Crush me with all that you are now. Tell me I won't get out. So tell me I won't get out.
Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time. In the towers, looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.
Escucha loco, siéntate y relájate un poco, que en esta vida el tiempo es loco. Puedes perder momentos preciosos y sepas que cuando pides ayuda yo me levanto. Todo lo que tengo lo comparto y aunque me sienta triste yo canto, ay canto. Vive una vida llena de personas que te quieran, que te respeten de veras y que lloren cuando mueras. Deja de mirar la acera y levanta la cabeza. Sigue pa'lante y no temas, resolverás los problemas. Ay, no más, una cosa no te gusta, cámbiala. Si las
time. Always talks about all the other guys. Will I ever understand? Without her, it's not fair. I need you back. No more crying at the end. I'll do it again.
Все, let's go.
Что такое?
Nice.
Почему у меня жгет?
Найс. Справа, right. Где? Справа, справа. У нас в респе. Сидит,
Я вот-
идет.
Сзади. А чё, карта изменилась, что ли?
Да, она меняется. Ты спаун, ты спаун.
Без шансов вообще уволят.
Где я? Где он? Да, Тимоха с прыжка убивает.
Подвал, левый подвал.
Убегаюсь.
Не выдвигаюсь.
Где?
Где? Слева, слева, слева. О, дальний бой, Тимоха. Да, нечестно, у тебя убершейдеры включены.
Где они? Слева. И справа. Право убил.
По центру.
Где?
Слева был ласт. До сих пор там.
Может, я знаю, бой.
Он у меня в лице.
По центру.
Я не могу, вот как Тимфу говорить? Так, сейчас стенка откроется, сейчас смотри, стенка откроется. А почему стенка не открывается? Я в стенку упер.
Слева, сзади тебя где-то был.
Смотри, смотри, смотри.
Найс.
Привет.
Абай.
Тимоха.
Слева, слева. Красный.
Найс. Абай соло кореш. В центре, в центре. В центре справа.
Первый.
Слева. Ладно.
Ну а что ты, Дима, думал? Я тренировал это оружие.
Два слева, два слева. 1-10 хп. Капец, 2-3 фрага. Абай, очень сложное оружие, я так скажу.
Не, вот это классная идея. Жалко, что мы ее в игре не... Чё? Я горю, 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 горю! Горю!
Слева, слева. Центр.
Слева у нас на рисуе.
А, это не ты, что ли?
Oh, I see one up at this house. I'm just gonna go on the right side. Yep, on the right side, trying to go in. Other one's inside the house. Oh my lord! Wow. Oh, 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 oh! Two of them. Two of them. I'm coming, Bablo.
Inside, in the corner, right doorway.
Oh! I'm on side. No! I'm reloading, I'm reloading! They're dead. And there's a fella towards gas station, he's gone inside Terry. The one in the gas station is probably gone inside as well.
Okay, there's two at Gassy. They're not on the same team either.
I'm gonna dome, hopefully there's people there. Well, hopefully, yes.
There was a guy close. He spotted you. At this house.
Trying to blow up that barrel. He was behind the rock. Yeah, next to the barrel. Just looking at me.
A little bit of a surf going there. Under the patio, just here. We're on close to that ping.
Yeah, he just scouted at me. I'm coming. Nice.
Yeah, I'm on a go.
Good luck. Nice.
I don't know where this guy went. Okay.
Can't see him in the tower. Oh, I saw him. He hit me once. I'm going. I
Yeah,
might
right
die
there.
off this. Nice.
That was a cool dive. Welcome to another installment of Window Workshoppers. Rushley, word on the street is you don't like knife rounds.
Knife rounds are trash. I hate playing knife rounds. It should be a coin flip every day of the week.
Well, this was kind of a coin flip. We got into a bit of a boxing ring type environment here, and this was fun. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, we're basically trying to look for a different way to do the knife rounds. So we looked at a few different variations. This was one. It was like a little boxing thing. It was okay.
You got owned. I think that's why you're a little bit tentative here about giving it a good rating. So that's why we're going to let me do the rating. This one here, it's going to get 3 bumps out of 5.
Fair enough. Now, Chad, they say CSGO is basically chess but with guns, and I kind of agree with that. So maybe we decide the knife rounds with a little chess game.
It might take a little bit longer than a knife round, so there's a couple of problems there. And look, I won't lie, there were a couple of little problems with, let's say, some glitcheroonies in the game itself, but this was actually a lot of fun, and if they iron out those kinks, it I might even play it again.
Yeah, this was legitimate, actually. It functioned very well. This here is me discovering that I had you in check for possibly the past, like, 5 rounds or something, and we were just slowly discovering that.
I'm glad that you let me live because it meant that we could play out for a little bit longer here. But yeah, that's one of the problems. I don't know if it automatically enforces any of the rules. There was an issue with the knight as well, taking one of my pawns by accident. So I feel like I got pretty hard done by.
Well, it worked as intended for me, so I think I'm going to give this one a nice 4 out of 5 bump mines, Chad.
Fair enough. You know Uno, the tagline, I think it's something like that, but either way, somebody has put Uno in Counter-Strike, and they have this lovely looking setting, Rush. We're in a saloon, I suppose?
Yeah, this was like a Western theme. We even had little Western skins here, which I've seen these on a couple of different maps, so I don't know if they're actually truly custom, but it was really nice. It looked nice.
Yeah, and I think I went undefeated in this Uno foray that you and I had. So all in terms of the game, I loved it.
Yeah, well, it functioned perfectly as it should. I didn't like the fact that I kept losing. I think the RNG was on your side, but that's how it goes.
Yeah, the game played as we liked, and I guess because of that, we'll give it a 4 out of 5 bumps.
Fair enough.
All right, well, this is ping pong, table tennis, indoor tennis, whiff-waff, whatever you want to call it, Rush. I didn't play this one. How was it?
Well, yeah, you were too busy scuba diving or something, so I played with our good friend J-Raz, and it actually functioned surprisingly well. That was a little glitch there, ignore that, but it was pretty good, actually. I was surprised at how well, like, you could actually control the ball. I mean, look at this, Chad.
Well, this is all made by your mate iMania, huh?
Yeah, so all these, apart from the boxing one, were made by iMania. He seems to focus on a lot of these kind of goofy little maps, and I'm glad he does, because they're pretty unique and pretty fun.
Yeah, it's crazy to see what people have been able to recreate in Counter-Strike, right? Modding the mod even more, and I think I didn't get to play this one, Rush. What are you going to give it?
I'd give this, I want to say 4.5, but the graphics don't allow it, so 4 out of 5 bumps.
Nice.
Oh, like the extra
But it's
one.
actually hard to hit each other. Don't
Hit the chicken behind you.
hit the chicken.
No!
No, the chicken, bro. Hit the chicken. You'll get
Want to hit the
something.
chicken?
Chicken, bro.
You have a chicken on the right, you see on the game.
What? What?
Yo, bro. Bro.
Yeah. Yeah, good luck, bro.
Man, I'm actually...
okay.
Man, I don't have a decoy. Nice, 1-2.
Luck, bro.
What?
I killed you. Body shaped like cola.
Yo, catch these hands, cop. Oh.
No! Seems like a real fight.
What happens if you press right click on the knuckles?
Yeah, you do like a superhuman punch, man.
You can flying. Karate.
Oh, you can actually...
You actually do a super punch.
Whoa!
Oh, the man.
No, I'm so bad at this. Because I have 3.6 cents.
Oh,
That's
bro.
good.
No!
Yeah.
I thought you got him. Oh, that went through me.
Yeah, I did.
Wait, Nikos.
Fuck your moms.
Fuck.
I'm so bad at this.
Get the chicken. No!
That's my first kill.
What?
Oh,
That was the
guys.
longest arm ever.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw you reached up. Man, you can double kill.
Okay, we won.
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
The IEM Summer semi-finals have come and gone, and when it was all over, only 2 teams were left standing into today's grand final. The first battle was between OG and Vitality, and both teams came into the match looking very good indeed. Dust 2 was the first destination, and OG started off strong with a 9-6 half on their CT side. But Vitality started the second half, winning 6 out of the first 8 rounds played, ultimately pushing the game into overtime. On the French side, it was Apex and Shox that showed up with stunning performances absolutely worthy of a semi-final game. But on OG's side, it was the unholy Danish Britpol alliance of Valder and Mantu that sealed Vitality's fate on Dust 2, winning the map 19-17.
Apex and Shox is the old boys to defend their honor. Mantu falls off the boost, the shots are hit, Valder's done enough. And now pushing for the final blow. Shox, he adjusts for the first, and Mantu can't seem to find the trade. The smoke has worked wonderfully, M4 equipped, and Mantu has saved the day for OG. Just in the nick of time, they'll take it in OT for OG.
This narrow result turned out to be very significant as the second map, Mirage, did not look good for OG. Things were off to a promising start as they picked up 7 rounds on their T side, with really everyone on the OG side playing well. When it came time for the second half, Vitality reminded us of why they were really here. The combination of Saiwu and Masuta, which has to be one of the scariest in the world right now, dropped a combined 45 kills and only let OG have 2 rounds on their CT side, winning Mirage 16-9.
Masuta left to clutch up again. Another 1v3. He's cooking it up. Looking to be the closer. We knew he could be. Another from Masuta. The semi-final, just another embodied performance of this rising star, and it's going to be Alexi B, the next victim.
This brought the match to Overpass, statistically a strong map for Vitality. But on this particular day, newcomer to the team, Flamesy, went on an absolutely amazing rampage, and OG managed to secure 8 rounds on their T side in the first half. Kyojin, who is the latest pickup on Vitality, nearly matched that output, but the rest of Vitality just were not able to get enough done on the T side, as OG only let 3 rounds slip through, making the IEM Summer Grand Finals by winning Overpass 16-10.
Can he really finish it off? Apex fakes, he's looking the wrong way. Flames takes OG to the grand final.
In the second semi-final, G2 had the unenviable task of taking on Gambit, who play a kind of Counter-Strike that nobody in the world right now knows how to deal with. Even the map veto turned out to be a real problem as Gambit got Vertigo through, which was never going to be good news for G2. Hunter did show up with a great performance at 21 kills, but the problem remains that everyone on Gambit is rock solid, and the first half ended 13-2 in Gambit's favor. To G2's credit, they fought back on their own T side, much harder than many people were expecting. But the deficit was too much to overcome, and ultimately they were pushed off the side of the building by Gambit at 16-10.
This is Gambit's pick, and they have demonstrated as to why. A 13-2 half.
Now, much theorizing and speculation has been done about Ancient and what it means for the current state of the game, and G2 decided to risk it all on the unknown. Hoping that Gambit would have neglected to look too much into the map, G2 sailed into Ancient and were promptly blown up by an obviously very well-prepared Gambit. The first half again ended 13-2, and just like on Vertigo, there was no way back for G2 from such a scoreline. Nafany was in charge of the game and seemed very much at home on the map, with 24 kills at the end. Incredibly, Nexa outdid this scoreline with 29 kills of his own, but Counter-Strike is about more than just the kills, and in the end, G2 was simply outcalled on Ancient, losing 9-16 and launching Gambit into the IEM Summer Grand Final.
He'd have to fake it and
they'd
have to line up. He still can't find them.
It's a nightmare.
He's swapping weapons with them in the middle of a clutch. Oh, and Gambit will take it. Shiro confirms he's not on the bomb. All you have to do is survive, and the bomb will take it. There you have it.
Today's best of 5 grand final is sure to be packed full of incredible Counter-Strike, so raise your slushies in honor of the fallen teams as we prepare for the war between OG and Gambit.
Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the grand finals of IEM Summer. My name is Frankie Ward. I'm joined by Kassad and Yanko for one last summery hurrah. Gentlemen, you're looking absolutely hot to trot. Kassad, hello.
Hi.
How are you?
This is I prepared this like 2 weeks ago when I found out I'm gonna be here. Worked really hard, to be honest, to get into the gym every day. It's a shame it didn't work out, but you know, I tried. So.
You tried your best, yeah. You know, I didn't know if you knew this, Frankie, but his favorite character, cartoon character, is Ariel. You know.
Yeah, so I'm honoring that.
So he's honoring that with his shirt.
And you're honoring Ursula with yours.
Yeah, I'm honoring, I don't know what, Narcos TV show, something like that. That's how it looks like. But basically, yeah, we just went for the ridiculous summery shirts. That's been the vibe this whole event.
Yeah, we just follow the vibe.
Yeah, I think the charity shop down the road from me is going to have a field day with the 7 shirts that I'm going to be dropping off to them on Monday. Listen, let's talk about yesterday's semi-finals. Kassad, after the quarterfinals, you were convinced that Vitality were going to make it to this point, but OG were just too strong.
Yeah, it was an interesting game. And yesterday it was like a back and forth, and it went all 3 maps. They swapped their picks. I thought that Zaiwu was going to show up in that last map on Overpass, but he wasn't really there. It was like back and forth in terms of like the last half. Actually, the second half for OG was a bit tight with money. They managed to pull through together. I was super surprised, and that one game that was played yesterday was really good. The other one was basically practice, so we didn't want to count that one in.
I'm not quite over that yet. Yanko, you must feel a little bit slighted still by G2 after that Gambit match.
Yeah, I mean, interesting approach from G2 coming into that game. I mean, I would have expected them to try and, you know, beat Gambit with, you know, anything they could and build confidence for the 2 tournaments that they want to play. I'm really questioning that sort of an approach. I mean, if you're the best team and you're beating everyone and you want to save something and like work on some new thing, like if it was Gambit thinking that way, I could understand that. But you need to earn your way into that very top, into that top 3. I don't think G2 is there yet, but
See how we swapped roles today?
If they come out and, I don't know, like win Blast and Cologne, then what can we say? But I think the players always talk about confidence and feed off of confidence, and this was the perfect tournament for them, you know, to give it 110% to win it, and then off of that confidence, it's all you need to perform better at the other tournaments. Like you practice, you have your own things, but
it was their chance to get the point for the Grand Slam race as well.
Yeah,
no, it was a really decent chance, and they decided to gamble a little bit, and didn't really work out.
Exactly, Kassad. They ignore the fact that this is an Intel Grand Slam event. And today, Gambit can add a notch to their tally. You notice that gold trophy. That is because Gambit and also Na'Vi, as you'll notice, won a championship level event, of which there are 2 per year, Katowice and Cologne, which is coming up. If you win one of those championship level events, you only need to win 4 events out of your next 9, so 10 events in total, including the one you first won, to take that $1 million bonus from Intel and the Grand Slam. So it's really, really key in a way for a team like Gambit to win today, because if they do, they could then do it in the next couple of events in Cologne and ESL Pro League after the player break as well. And that leads us on to Cologne, because we've kind of had an indication as to the runners and riders heading into the play-ins and the group stage, Yanko, because for me, Vitality are a big one. We didn't really think they were going to deliver much at this tournament. We thought they were still maybe in status after adding Kyojin, but actually they proved us wrong, really, and they impressed us here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think they played a great team Counter-Strike as well. Kassad was talking the whole tournament about their game plans and how they were well thought out and well executed, and also just basically the rise of Misuta as that second star. If he can keep that up in the future tournaments, I think Vitality is back to, you know, being a contender and definitely maybe not winning the tournament, but ruining the plans of someone else.
Yeah, I definitely think they rose up a lot since the disaster they had in the last couple of months, and like Yanko said, Misuta was the one that actually helped Zaiwu during that event. And like I said, that a lot of team Counter-Strike, a lot of good game plans, but we also need to mention the fact that EG made it to the playoffs. You know, it's they have been in a rough patch so far and losing their coach, and you know the disaster as well on RMR, and a lot of time spent in America and then coming into Europe. Getting to the playoffs is a big thing for them coming into the next 2 events they have to play.
And they just need to work on those two sides. It sounds like from Stanislaw's last interview with us that they've changed everything, Yanko. So hopefully they can change their fortunes going into Cologne. One team we haven't spoken about because they didn't make it to the playoffs is Heroic. They're already in the group stage of Cologne. Do we think, Kassad, that they can bounce back?
The thing is, like, they even said it before. I think Katie mentioned in an interview during Pro League or maybe even Katowice that they're playing good, that we need to all understand that it's a very tight schedule and sometimes it can be a little bit tiring when you play so many matches all the time. And then the event like this can happen. It happened to Astralis, it happened to them, you know. And
didn't happen to Gambit, though.
Well, we'll see in Cologne. So the thing is, I agree with Katie and there, and I believe that maybe this was a one-off. I'm a big fan of Heroic team right now, so I'm going to be sticking on being on their side for this one.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was just a one-off, a bit of a bump in the road, but I expect them fully to be there in Cologne and to be ready and be one of the main contenders for the title.
Speaking of bumpy, Virtus Pro. Yanko, you've got a few moments to tell us whether you changed your mind on them. Are you looking forward to seeing them in the group stage of Cologne?
No, let's just go to the teams that are in the final now. I think we're all ready for that.
Yeah, I do.
All right then.
You earn your chance to be talked about.
Finally, the three of us are in agreement. We're going to head to a break because we just can't wait to get the grand final underway. OG versus Gambit coming up after the break.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
I think one of the things that we've seen with OG this tournament is the firepower. And I don't just mean in terms of having sharp individuals who are mechanically sound, I mean their multi-frag ability. And if anybody was following OG with the roster that preceded this one, you take a little bit of look at Mantu, who came from nowhere, picked up primary AWP, and I think he's blown everybody away with his level of performance. We've got Valda, a man who once upon a time was considered, if Astralis ever needed a player, he would be the pickup from Denmark. And then Alexi B, the promised in-game leader from Finland. All of those pieces made sense. And you consider what we're seeing out of them now and what we're seeing out of them in this event, Flames and Nico coming in are much needed firepower upgrades.
Circ with a double, Alexi to clutch. It's not looking easy at all. Trying to reposition. The spray, Hatchy catches Circ, not the defuse. Stabilizes! Flames, can you really be the full hero package? Oh, maybe you can. Takes down Stan. It's only 2 for Circ. He takes the fight. Flames. They actually can do this. They're doing it. Circ, however, caught out. Tries to deny the plant. Finds me who Flames is doing it. This is great.
Right now with OG, it's the bolstered firepower met with the classic way that Alexi B is in-game led. Very, very solid style of CS. The fundamentals are there. And now they even have that flair. So things are looking great for OG.
Flames won't be able to control both sides of this. And I say that, perhaps he's about to prove me wrong. Yeah, here they come. All into his spray. And he's up to 10.
By now, Alexi has had and Raga have had enough time to, figure out how to best use Flames and Nico. So I think they have a good balance of, they were always a team that's going to have structure, right, and just approach rounds in a sensible way, not play too loose, but also you always want to have players be comfortable in their roles and maybe some of the moves that they like to go for, you want to enable them to do that. And I think right now OG has found a good mix where, they're stable, they have things to fall back on, but they also have rounds or plays or openings where they can let guys like Flames, who's incredibly talented, right, have a little bit more freedom and just make things happen for OG.
IEM Summer is a springboard to the tail end of the first season of 2021. If OG can go
to that grand final, they can have a competitive run. It could do wonders for that confidence. And with IEM Cologne coming up as the way to close out the year, it could mean wonders to this team. It could really see them take that next step to being a championship caliber squad.
Shadows, I've come to make a name, ready for battle, 'cause I got a thing to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you a mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover, 'cause I'm not so.
Welcome to the grand final of IEM Summer. We are just moments away from OG versus Gambit, our best of 5 final. But first, we've got to talk about what to expect. My name is Frankie Ward. I'm joined by Kassad and Janko. And first of all, we are going to take a walk down memory lane for Janko, because the last best of 5 grand final that OG were actually in was IEM New York Europe last October, shortly before Janko departed from FaZe. Can you remember much about that match, especially as you won it, Janko? I sound surprised then, I shouldn't be.
Yeah, actually I can. We lost to OG in the group stage, so it was a bit of a revenge game for us. And I think I could definitely notice with OG, they didn't play up to the same level, right? You could definitely tell the players were a bit more nervous. They were making some mistakes, you know, especially in the last 2 maps. Mirage was really close going into double overtime, but, you know, they were gifting us some rounds, so to speak. And I think that's down to them playing the first time in a big grand final, you know, against a, well, tier 1 team, I think it's okay to say. But yeah, and I think as any team, as any lineup, you have to go through those motions, right? And look at Gambit on the other side. Won Katowice, Grand Final Pro League, Grand Final DreamHack, Grand Final winning the CIS RMR. So they definitely got a lot of experience playing those finals, and I think that's going to be the biggest hurdle for OG coming into this one.
Yeah, they also had like 5 finals in a row or something that they managed to get experience. Last time the OG was in the actual finals was in the Flashpoint Season 2, if I'm not wrong.
Maybe.
You're absolutely right, back in December.
Back in December. So yeah, it's quite a long time ago, and they have 2 new players obviously, and it's going to be a challenge for them against experienced team like Gambit. Such a weird thing to say. Yeah. I mean, experienced in the last 6 months.
We can't forget though, OG is on a 7-match win streak. Mantu's the highest rated player still left in the tournament with a 1.34 rating. Sorry, Mantu, Zywoo existed, so unfortunately he's still top. But Axile and Shiro are not far behind, and then Flames is on 1.26. So looking at these stats and considering they're across the entire tournament, maybe this is the matchup we should have expected all along, Janko.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see Mantu, especially in Flames, too, performing on a high level. But the reason I still give the edge to Gambit, even in that department, is they first had to play 2 games in the playoffs already. OG was straight into the semi-final. And it's also, you can see how Shiro, for example, he only showed up in the top 10 in the playoffs, right? If you look at the groups, he wasn't really there. So they are improving their form, improving their performances as the stage gets bigger, and that's what you always want from a team.
That's when Astralis was like the hardest to beat. And when it comes to playoffs, they would like, you know, do the groups.
They would get through the groups
fairly good, you know, and then they hit the playoffs, they hit another level completely that you cannot catch up with, similar to Gambit right now. And Shiro Exile, you know, against Mantu and Flames is going to be a really solid matchup between those 4 players. But I feel like we need to get back to that like multiple finals thing, and then how are they going to perform, especially Flames in the first massive final for him, you know. And then obviously we have Shiro and Exile being there for the 5th, 6th time right now.
Well, OG, they don't just have the big guns of Mantu and Flames. They also have the big brain of Alexi B. And so, who better than to delve into that brain than Anders?
OG are a team that appear to have found a great mix of individual skill and leadership, and as a result, they are an absolutely deadly team to match up against. An example of how OG approached their T-side executes can be found in their game against EG in the IEM Summer group stage. On Dust 2, one of the most well-known T-side executes is the B-split, but very often this setup for a B split is very readable for the defending CTs. This is because the smokes that are thrown to block out CT spawn take a long time to land, and you have time to call in rotations and prepare. In both rounds 4, 11, and 12, they walk out of the middle doors, not just with no smokes, but with no flashbangs or anything else to alert the enemy team to what is coming next. The results are absolutely devastating. See if you can identify these moments and read the game within the game.
Kassad, do you think OG can get away with those cheeky contact plays against Gambit today?
If you think Dust 2, maybe. Other maps, I'm not so sure about. The Gambit is very prepared. They said it themselves multiple times. They know how to I have to make a reference to Astralis again. Astralis was very prepared for any situation you can throw out to them, like any basic, normal meta situation. Gambit is similar right now. They react properly on everything that's in the, you need something unusual, you need something specific, you need something that's specifically for them.
Yeah, definitely. I just think that, you know, in preparation, for example, team tries to walk out on you. What do? You put an op there, and he just gets the easy first kill. After that, support comes in. So I agree. Gambit is going to be very prepared for what OG throws their way.
Well, if you look at the 10 full events that Gambit have competed in this year, they've made the finals of 50% of them. Is it too early to start talking about Gambit having an era, Janko?
I think it would be a bit disrespectful to other teams to call this a proper era. If we want to call it like online era, like maybe something like that, but I just wouldn't use the word. I think for teams like Astralis, Fnatic, that we've had really dominate on LAN and at big events for a period of time. You're doing great, Gambit. Props to you. I think everyone loves them and the way they play. There's no doubt about that. But let's see it now as we slowly start going back to normal. Let's see you continue that, and then it's going to be an even better story.
We can call it an era, yeah. Especially when you have to think about the major coming in. You know, these things are easily forgotten. Like part of the year like this. Sure, the results are great, right? They have like multiple titles, finals, everything. But when we go into the major, these things, and we get a new major champion, these things are easily forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you look at these two gentlemen, it surely can't be long before we get to see Gambit delighting audiences around the world at a LAN. People are going to go absolutely crazy once those two finally hit the stage. But they're going to be bringing a lot of technical know-how of their own, not just strategically, but obviously with the guns as well. So here's Anders again to talk about Gambit's game within a game.
In an effort to explain why Gambit are so good, things like they just hit their shots or they have a lot of confidence can sometimes seem a bit vague and don't paint a very good picture of what this means. In the IEM Summer group stage, Gambit played Complexity on Mirage, and one particular round highlights the absolute madness that is Gambit in its current state. That round is round number 7. Gambit start by throwing 3 common grenades for mid control on the T side, and they are smoke at top mid, smoke at the CT window, and a Molotov towards connector. They then set up a run boost to jump Nefany behind the hay cart at top mid, which would have been very dangerous had they not thrown the previous 3 grenades. But it's the perfect move for Blamef's position as he can't see Nefany while he's airborne, and is suddenly very exposed. Once Blamef is down, Nefany is on 23 health from a grenade by Poison, but he pushes on while Hobbit takes down Config and Connector. In this exact moment, Gambit know almost everything about the CT setup. It would have been 3 middle, 1A, 1B with 99% certainty. Nefany takes the opportunity to push through both smokes in Connector, causing JKS to turn around and get killed by Intus at the A Palace, ending his run by catching Rush in the window. These choices are made so incredibly quickly, and they exemplify everything about why playing Gambit can be a real nightmare. See if you can identify these moments and read the game within the game.
Janko, we're nearly ready to go into the veto. I know that you've got some theories about the maps that we're going to be seeing here today, because this is our first best of 5 final since the removal of Train.
And these teams never played each other, so it's interesting to see that actually it's a decent map pool for OG coming into it. So I have Train here as well for one reason. Overpass, Train, Vertigo, 3 incredibly strong maps for Gambit, and one of the main reasons why they became the best team in the world. But what happens now? Vertigo, permaban for OG, Train is not in the pool, and on Overpass, it's 100% win rate so far for OG. Obviously, the one difference there that we have is Ancient, that we saw Gambit beat G2 yesterday, but I don't think Gambit is a team that's going to pick this map in this series early on. I think they just feel they're the better team all around and that they can play, you know, the quote-unquote normal maps and still get out on top. But this shows you that OG, maybe there's a way in for
I think going into the Vito, Ancient will be the last one. I was thinking this like backwards, so yeah, see the Gambit picking Mirage. I think that's kind of a surprise. And then Dust 2 for OG as a second map.
I would expect it to go the other way around.
Same. That's what I was surprised. Overpass.
This
Again,
makes sense.
A little bit of a surprise because of 100% win rate for OG. I don't think Gambit respects that much. Inferno is the fourth, and obviously Ancient is the last. I think Gambit scared off OG with that victory yesterday.
And you can see how a team who has confidence and feels like they're the better team, like they shoot vetoes in a game. Like, yeah, we know they probably don't play Ancient, like they're taking that risk, but we don't need to take it either to go on a random map.
This is a reference to G2, who doesn't understand. So G2, this is for G2.
Take notes here, right? Like
this, okay.
You know, but I think in the end, Overpass, sure, OG is 100% on it, but for Gambit, it's been in every playoff so far, it's been their go-to map. They always do well when it counts, and I think they're going to take this one as well. I agree.
All right, then. Your predictions are down, gentlemen. Twitch chat, let us all know what you're thinking. I can't call it either way, but one thing I do know is that no one does it better than our casters for this grand final. Sponge and Machine.
Far too kind. Thank you, Frankie Ward, Kassad, and YNK. They're setting the stage. A best of 5 to finish off IEM Summer. Ancient, should we require it? I'm not going to get excited just yet. Gambit, of course, given the edge. And Chad, let's see if they can make an early impact here. OG getting into this grand final, and Mantu already getting way more than he bargained for. Flames is tested as well. And they just run over the ramp defense. Nice from Alexi, good find from him. They're tucked into Dark. He'd love a frag onto Shiro. That suppressing P250 from Palace is enabled a full bomb plant. Axel ready to swing off of his own fake flash. Oh, it works! Valda wiggles his mouse away, and this round starts to fall away.
Well, they're still going to have a look in for this here, not just trying to get a couple kills out the door and hold on to that Kevlar. They want to contest. Alexi low, Nico now getting peppered on down. This one's looking done and dusted. A great start from Gambit, and I think momentum is going to be a huge factor for OG, right? It's going to be a massive factor for the underdog team here, as the Des spoke about. Gambit have been here plenty of times before. This is business as usual now. We know that they don't love the best of 5. Let me give you the cliches early. The marathon, not the sprint.
I did forget about the Gambit best of 5, of course. In fact, ending on Mirage in one recent memory. Definitely have vocalized complaints about it in the past, but we're ready to be getting into our second round, and OG are going to be keeping it actually relatively conservative. I say that as Flames will buy extra utilities, so just Mantu preserving without that Kevlar for his AWP. Do see the scout on Alexi, so he's got quite a lot of bang for his buck here. Doesn't choose to pull the trigger. They're out mid.
Is that Vaseline on his camera there as well?
Yeah.
I get
from the shoot he was doing last night.
This is a pretty default spread. Nothing risky from OG. They've Nico and Volda, the standard Danes holding the B bomb site. Mantu's in swing, so they are ready for a bit of a B split. OG hedging in a good way.
Oh dear, that's 2 opening frags from Hobbit. 2 rounds in, and every time someone walks into his crosshair, he has deleted them. And this one's going to end on B. Nice find. Mantu's unarmored Deagle would have to do a whole lot more. He is a good gamer, isn't he? Finding another head. Unfortunately, Flames has been handed a 1v3. Bombs down on B. Nafany locking the door behind him. I wonder if he'll even think about it. Nope. And Nafany not brave enough to whip out his knife. Can't fault him there. Flames falls. 3 for Axile into B. And so far, just an absence of frags from OG. They are in a weird spot now that Force Spy will force them to swallow the bitter pill of 3.
Yeah, when we have this save, I think we need to talk about some win conditions for OG, because once again, Gambit have been here plenty of times. So going through the motions, right, they just need to make sure that they can get that final blow to secure the grand final. But for OG, the list needs to be Mantu with this MVP level form. It has to continue. Flames, we need to see the version of him from the group stage, right? The consistency over this series. And Alexi is going to need the full trust of his team here, because trying to outcall Nafany and co in the mid rounds is not going to be any easy task. There can't be any second guessing whatsoever.
I mean, the Des kind of touched on it, but I want to make it really clear that when we get to OG's T sides, it's going to be so interesting to see how much Alexi will be able to get away with the world-class information gathering of Gambit. You know, like how much will he be able to smoke and mirrors and maneuver in the same way Anders highlighted in the pregame? You know, how much will he get away with when these boys are the very best in the world at finding information safely and reacting as a unit?
It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, saying that, OG, I've talked about it as well. You know, Alexi gave that interview talking about how it's a huge priority for his CT sides to be getting that information, and it's the fundamentals that they operate in. So we'll see. Well, we'll see. It's his Mantu and his MVP, Deagle.
He's been having a great tournament, right? I think he's been a difference maker in a lot of the games, especially for OG in that playoff match just yesterday. Flames showed up on Overpass to close things out, and that was what they needed. I think Nico, if you're going to look at his stats and what we remember him delivering in Heroic, that hasn't come to fruition just yet in OG, but they've only been here, I think, for a couple of months. So it's not like this team has been together for a long time. And we know that the OG of old had some issues. What was that stat line that came on out yesterday after we inquired? We were talking about the fact that they always lose their own map picks. Now, that's in best of threes. In best of fives, you're not going to worry about that one so much. And especially with how much overlap there is in the map pool, highlighted perfectly by Yanko.
Oh, yeah, but the stats, I think someone did a fantastic, I think it was the third thread, someone's been keeping track of it, but the trend still stays with OG in terms of they've lost much more commonly their own map pick than they have taken in enemies. It was like 47% success on an opponent's map pick and sub 40 for their own map.
Yeah, that's not what you're looking for if you want to find some 2-0 success in those types of series. But let's hone our eyes on in here with round number 4. The guns will come out, Mantu into the big green. M4's no dramas, and the util looking good as well. We're on kit watch here early, and there won't be one in play as you're getting the highlights of the Eco Bash.
Shiro getting 3 SMG frags as well. Definitely going to have lots of cash in his coffer for that AWP, and he is going to be equipped with one coming into this one. Nafany provides it for him, so he gets to continue to nurture his bank account and balance. 3 to mid and a nade to the nose. Nafany into mid, and not going to be deterred by this. Hobbits alongside for the ride to trade. Alexi could get swung on. Oh, just in this blind spot. He reacts well. He lives on as well. Hobbit perhaps going to get played around this smoke. Alexi's aggressing.
Bit of a gap here.
Slight gap. Can he see the shoulder? He's actually plucked Shiro. Hobbit can't find him either on the wild spray. Alexi could finish the round right here. Off of the softening nade. Toes visible. A third. Alexi takes control of round 4.
On his lonesome.
Uh-oh. Could get awkward if Mantu did get traded. Looks like the smoke will have done its job. Lurk smoke to Inter's detriment here.
How much damage can he do? A couple more kills would be nice. Keep OG humbled. That is a massive play from Alexi there. 55 seconds left. Valder's closing the door on any maneuvers Inters wants to make back towards the B bomb site. Well, there you have it, OG on the board, and I really want to push home how huge that was from Alexi, single-handedly in middle, just taking the round and grabbing there first. If he has some more inspired plays like that, that will get the team fired up, right? That's going to make individuals like Flames comfortable. Hey, the boss man's doing it. I need to show my star potential.
Let me see how much he sees of Shiro. Oh, okay, perfect gap. And the fact he somehow evades that Hobbit response. Look at those traces. Just as he moves and the smoke fading at the perfect moment for Alexi to find his third round, defining stuff from the Finn. And he's dropped straight back into mid. He plans to contest. Mantu aggressive warping towards the B side. That's going to be a bit of a problem if they turn up the speed on this towards A.
Yeah, looking like an A piece right now. And it's just Flames over towards Ticket. So the youngster has a chance to step up here. Nico will be in tow from Connector, but all the pressure on the anchor.
He's been thriving under this high-pressure environment. Seems to have spotted one Tetris with his movement and does dunk Hobbit down. Whoa, great play. Flames stands and delivers from Ticket. Nico responsive. Incendiary buys time. Safe from the Palace swing for now, and it does seem like a cancel's been called. Flames. Gambit come a knock-in, and he says no.
Yeah, they're actually going to dip on back with 3 of them here, just leaving Axel looking for a head. With that AWP, they can go searching, but we're sub 1 minute at this juncture, and we're working with 1 flashbang for the Gambit assault.
Dude, Mantu's been here for 50 seconds.
This is patient stuff.
I wonder.
They're even going to clear this? It's just so late
if they
to
don't,
check.
the AWP flank is going to be so fruity. Does he take it? He must have to. It's not like he's going to go back through mid. Oh, Exo with the bomb. Imagine. That's the bomb spotted and eliminated. That will slow him down as it slides down the ramp. Goes for a quick ski trip. Valder. pops up and says hello and goodbye to Nafany. Playing the angles. Lovely reaction from Inters, his first contribution, but unfortunately, with 18 seconds left, Shiro doesn't have many options available to him.
He's going to do the thing he loves the most, hold on to that AWP. Just,
Really
I reckon he
hold on
goes
to
to
it.
sleep with that AWP at night, you know, cuddling it, wakes up next to it, probably wakes up in a hot sweat sometimes thinking he's lost it.
No, I reckon he just has dreams of saves. You know, like he has just dreams of this 1v5 save. He's bouncing around.
They're chasing him. He's just hiding in
Nice,
the
bro, nice!
He can hear the footsteps. Oh, yeah, I've got the orb.
I saved the orb, that's it. That's the highest octane action he gets. And we will see a timeout now called by Gambit. That's in response to 2 almost spotless rounds. They had 4 hearts beating at the end of both of those. So OG definitely digging their heels in now to start this grand final off competitive. I mean, how many times have we cast Gambit? We just see those 6-7 rounds. People talk about it, like when you're not in the mental side of Counter-Strike, you kind of channel back in and it's 9-0 and the game's over.
Yeah, been slapped in the face.
Yeah.
We'll start playing now.
Shoot,
Look, yesterday, I think we saw a couple of times where, I don't want to say G2 were given a chance to get back in, but they definitely were able to work their way back in with respectable scorelines.
Eventually, 13-2, yeah.
I felt EG similar, right? In some of those situations, they were able to put a slew of rounds together and keep it competitive. If OG can start out like this and, you know, make sure that those massive mountains of rounds can't be built on up, we may have a competitive series on our hands. It will be the force buy for Gambit around the saved AWP. Tech9's Deagle's U-tilt. And that Molotov was to deny the Windows smoke. We can see nothing was thrown on out, just the on top cat. And they're setting up for some B pressure, as well as Palace pressure. So attempting to exploit the extremities. Gambit early.
3 OG players investigating middle, and Alexi wants answers. Now, Nafany is in a position to try and deny that. He's actually falling back into the folds of Gambit. So Shiro does seem to be uninterested about walking further and deeper into B apps. I think the smoke bloomed after Valder's thrown a deep incendiary smoke combo. He's bought plenty of time, so much so it looks like Gambit are regrouping now.
That's all the U-tilt from Valder used, so he will just have to lie and wait here. Probably take contact and then swing on out. Has Nico over towards this short position to set up the crossfire. Mantu and Alexi still have all this mid info. So right now you're expecting either an A execute or a B execute. Mid is completely clear. We have less than a minute to go.
Yeah, Hobbit's alone on A. I wonder if he's going to take any contact and if that will force an early rotate out of them. Let's find out how the contact goes down. Oh, lots of steps. They know it's B. Bomb spotted. Nafany falls. Valder holds the line. Axel, the next victim. They will fall one by one into the scope. And Hobbit, just that tail end of the assault.
Whoa,
Alexi got
whoa.
stuck in the door frame, turned his back to his enemy, and Hobbit strikes. Another solid connection, though, for OG. They'll take it with 3 players still standing. Lots of cash to splash. And Gambit, off the back of their timeout, a force buy around the AWP. It falls flat.
Yeah, we're going to have 2,900 as the loss bonus going into the next. So this will just be a little bit of a pistol upgrade round as technical timeout has been called. Just need to fix a couple of heebie-jeebies in the system over there for OG and we'll be able to get underway. But, we can see Nico. He's on the move. I don't know what's going on, but he's on the move.
They said they're closing the window.
Oh, okay. Maybe
So
it's the pollen coming in?
It could be pollen. It could
The
be
sun?
sunlight.
Yeah, that's a problem too.
See, Hobbit's got optimal gaming lighting rig there. Shiro exclusively tans from his screen.
That's what I did for many years.
Yeah.
It's a good way to do things.
That's how most of us do it.
It's a cheaper version of the solarium, I've heard.
Solarium. That's a word I only see when I'm in Germany. Solarium.
They definitely love it over here, mate.
No, they're not anymore.
Never seen
no one
Europeans
uses a
walk around
tanning bed in 2021.
100%. Them and the Danes. Get Pimp on the phone, I guarantee it.
He's never.
I almost would put my life on it.
I would put my life on Pimp using a fake tanning mitt.
Okay,
And
or
covering his
scrubbing
body,
himself
yeah,
in
with
the
like an
shower.
oven glove.
Yeah, okay, all right.
That's much more Jacob speed. On the bike, while he's pedaling. Hang on,
While in the shower,
that doesn't make
which is
sense.
also a sauna.
Yes, of course.
And he's streaming.
Yeah, oh, we'd be weird if he wasn't. Valder, here we go. Through the smoke for him. Oh, some gifts. And he takes them with a smile on his face. He's thrown himself a lovely little one-way to
cheeky.
Get inquisitive. Shiro is in the blind spot. This could be the ace, you know. They're both there. How quick will he react? Shiro, 1 enters the last.
Oh.
Ace for the Dane, 4 for OG.
And great for the bank account there. Keeping that one clean is very important. We've seen OG have some of these wobbles in the low buys that then could Alexi be pulling those luscious locks out. So keeping this one actually clean, right? This is what we're talking about when we want to keep things nice and tidy against the ecos. Didn't even have to expend
such
many
a cool
nades.
head on that as well. Great utility work. It enabled him to even set up for that first frag. Stops them coming in as one unified pack.
Well, this is the standard buy again from Gambit. Alt for Shiro. No real nades behind it. Everybody else. And we flood the jump a couple times. I think we'll call that one cancel.
Yeah.
That might just mean a little bit of rejigging of the setup. They want to have Mantu aggressive over towards B for some information with the AWP, but now he's dipped on back towards the kitchen position, and this is just the standard default crawl out of Gambit. Hobbit under window. Nafany will start getting a wriggle on towards top mid to clear things out. You can see that indicated by Shiro coming over as well, and the fact-finding mission of A ramp. Flames and Nico keeping proactive, so lots of movement from both sides. Alexi with all this task of middle again on his loan. Some huge nade. Hobbit dunked on down. Things are looking very good for OG in round number 8.
Yeah, if there was a util damage taken stat, I reckon Hobbit would be at the top of that.
Magnet so far, isn't he? They're going to try B again.
Yeah, Mantu's posted up on a more aggressive line, so it should enable at least a first. Will they flash? Very unlikely to see a pure yet. Dry peek. Intus does swing free flash. Nafany trying to strike, but Valdez unable to lock down short, and only 3 now. Axel has his wings clipped, down to 32. Looks like Mantu will wrap this one up. It's only Shiro. And Gambit denied B again. They've been given a very stern message to leave this side of the map alone. And Gambit, they are in a 5-round silence now. A gang order issued exclusively by OG. And their setups. I mean, look how much little they've died. In the last 5 rounds, I think I can count on one hand. Yeah, 5 deaths in 5 rounds.
Yeah, this is very great stuff here from OG. The fact that they're not overextending, right? They're not giving away any early deaths. They're making sure that the 4v5 advantage can't be operated with for Gambit. They're just waiting for the late hits and then just dealing with them. And this is the second timeout taken from Gambit early here. The desk was a bit quizzical about the order of the veto, right? I think the fact that we had the Mirage pick coming in here early, there was a conversation back and forth, like Overpass being picked by Gambit. I think Kasab was talking about there the fact that maybe they're not respecting that 100% win rate from OG because it's not necessarily against a caliber squad like Gambit. This is the first time these two teams have ever met. So seeing how they mesh is very, very interesting. And Gambit will be operating with just a half buy again. 3,400 into the next round will get that buy going, but they need to get some traction. A round like this, a couple of gritty kills, force OG to start sweating, 2 to 3 in the round, make it messy, maybe even get that bomb down. That's for their confidence more than anything. Pressure top mid. There's 4 players here, and Alexi continues to do a lot. Pushing on up, dissuades them completely, and Gambit, they're just kept very quiet.
Flames is doing an awful lot from his ticket position, and Nafany dunked down nicely by Flames. He's used his nades well, keeping him passive hold on A. It does seem like the Gambit bomb is maneuvering here. Under the smoke, Nafany strikes quickly and precisely. If he could just find one more, they could be talking about more than just a bomb plant here. Up connector. Scout starting to connect as well. Flames will think twice before re-peeking. It doesn't have to. OG, they can't let rounds like this slip away. Axard's threatening. Takes it jungle. Takes the frag. Now Valda, the hero of all the previous. They know he's the B player. Can't get the transfer onto the 1. Finishes off Hobbit at least. Standard plant triple. And maybe a wallbang from Mantu. He opts not to take it. But he's spotted out, and Axar will finish. Gambit taken, economical.
Oof, oof. Those are the rounds that we're talking about OG can't lose. Those are the ones that they can't be giving up. I just said just keep it scrappy. I didn't say win the round. Gambit pulling a bit of a miracle one there off the back of their second timeout. And that's where things really start to sting. Right? This should be securing the 6 for OG. The confidence is great. They're dealing with the rounds they should. Now, early on, get broken by one of these.
We didn't get to see much of that from Shiro's perspective, but upon reviewing the replay, he was a giant contribution. That scout opening up onto Flames, as we discussed, if they just found one more, and you saw how quickly it can turn a snowball into an avalanche.
Plenty of cash here for the buy, right? No dramas for OG being able to repurchase, but they desperately want to claw another one back on the board early.
I think this is exactly what Anders discussed. He'll get behind the boxes. Oh, and Nico completely unawares. Mantu couldn't make the call because he's run boost through the smoke. He slips the net. in the blind spot, and now Gambit have taken an opening frag.
Now this is where problems are for OG. Before they've been defending with all 5 alive, how are they going to level up the playing field? Well, this is one way. Flashed on over, Flames peeks on out. Cannot connect, and the nade, oh, it's shy as well.
Ooh, that was a deep smoke he's going to be going for. Is he just going to drop it here on ramp? Must be. Oh, a fine margin here to failure and success. Flames keeping a cool head on his shoulders. Tucking in. 44 then on the clock. Gambit, they have pulled Nafany out of his mid-hidey hole.
OG have gambled on A here. 3 players. Alexi's over towards connector and Valdes in window. They've given up the B site. So OG are reading this well.
Action for Flames now on that Palace position. Just his M4 to guide him. Jump peek from Axile. It's Shiro that should trade, does trade. Up the ramp now, bombs on its way. Alexi aware of this mid-presence, but it's Nafany's frag. He's taken 3 heads into this one, and Gambit are seizing control of the T side.
He's chasing already. They're going to deny the AWP Mantu here. There was so much cash before, but they take this away. The loss bonus where it's at here, 1900 into the next. This could be a big find.
So proactive. Oh, and the tag. They take it all away from OG. And that we talked about their bank balance being super flush because of this Gambit resuscitation. We'll see this from Nafany's POV. Look, Nico had no idea. Mantu hasn't said a thing.
Bottom open, just absolutely destroyed right there. This is fantastic stuff from Nafany. It almost feels like the in-game leader wars, right? We've had Alexi B with some impact plays early on the gun rounds, and now Nafany doing the same. Now, OG are going to be on their last gun round for a while, unless those saves can be facilitated here, but it looks like Gambit are hungry for the hunt, so...
Big round, here we go. Will we see OG truly be able to keep things level in their opening half of this grand final? Very late window smoke, and you can see the CT response will deny Hobbit's process. Actually drops his smoke regardless, so they can work their way short. Alexi's playing with gap in that smoke. Oh, dunked and sprayed at. They're coming through. Alexi really wanted to contest this, but he's been forced back. Gambit take control of middle entirely. They're actually going for an interesting boost here. I wonder if they may spot them as they go for the boost window. They've dropped off a little early. 55. And it's backed away. Flames does get kept very, very honest. And here they come, a tag. OG looking a bit worse for wear. Bad flash. Inters has drawn blood. Flames has fallen. Here we go. Mantu has responded, holding them back from CT. They've got 30 seconds to take this site. Bombs on the back of Shiro, and Alexi brings the fight. Shiro keeps things level. He needs to get that bomb in. They'd throw out the lurk smoke. If Nafany somehow didn't fall, okay, that's a big find from Valda. Space taken back by Hobbit. This needs to be a plant. And they're contesting from CT.
Oh, that volley might burn them here.
It's not bad.
It's going to spread.
They cancel it, and he'll plant safe triple. This is shaped up quite nicely. It's not the default plant. Hobbit slinking into the jungle side. Shiro's going to be playing for this left side triple. They have an established, can't quite call it a crossfire. Here they come. Nico making a lot of noise about this. He's baited the shot wonderfully. Hobbit, last found, and it's Mantu posted up that finds it. OG are safe, at least for this one.
Essential round right there for OG. They're going to be able to make this work now. That defuse coming on through. The pressure not hugely applied. They had the kit to work with, so had the extra time saved on the clock. And yeah, a big one to win. Have no dramas with the Gambit buy going forward, but OG really needed that. You can see, even with the round win, it's going to be difficult to make this work. They're going double orbs. They're going to have to drop a rifle or two across, and someone's going to be light on here, maybe with a FAMAS or no util. But this was well fought for from OG. I think Alexi's hero play from top of stairs was actually the round-winning maneuver because he had so much info, right? He called one player ramp and he couldn't see anybody else. So gets a kill, gets the info, and more impact being made from the in-game leader.
I'm so happy we're seeing more Palace aggressions. Like, that's just, this is a grand final of a tier 1 event, and now players are still thrown out. We saw it in the semi as well.
It's going to be harder in the second half. Nico got bullied on the T side of Palace yesterday, right? So we'll see if Gambit want to do the same thing with their CT half. gets underway. There's that secondary AWP on Alexi, and he's kept honest, down to 24. Nafany's winning the exchange of damage with that one. He's just patrolling mid on his lonesome here. Lurky boy around the smokes. He does have support from Shiro and Hobbit, but they're more passive mid. And it feels like Gambit are easily able to take this time and time again. Then it just comes down to those late round pressure points. The 5-round spree that OG had, they kept it very clean. Now they need to start doing the same here. We're getting to the tail end of the first half, and this is where the CT economy become more and more fragile. An info play again, and Flames this time pushing Palace. He might have 2 or 3 players coming this way, you know.
And with an MP9. Oh, he's pushing the issue. He's going to be caught in limbo. Still punishes. Takes down Nafany. They're going to call the cancel on that. Mantu's posted up to punish. Oh, the bomb. Disaster has struck for Gambit, and it gets worse. Hobbit goes looking for space. They have the bomb. They have the round. I'm not sure how Shiro and Axel can have anything to say about this. Still, Axel then manages to catch that rotate B.
Yeah, I don't think they can get up there in time. That's the problem now. And okay, now it's just Shiro. The double AWPs, these fantastic prongs on towards A. You could see Hobbit knew that the AWP was in Palace, tried to take space. Alexi B from Ticket, ready to deal with the gap. And here it is again. The Shiro save has to play the percentages. Loss bonus looking pretty good into the next 2,900, so we can see a Gambit buy come together. But great stuff here from
setup.
OG. Yeah,
Cool.
it all worked out.
Alexi, Alexi.
That was a funny camera angle to catch that one.
It was perfect, but he's only got 3.3 in the bank. It's actually kind of a thing.
Yeah, that, okay. You know what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
You know what he's aiming for, but unfortunately, that's really going to hurt them into round number 13. Because Gambit can get the full buy. There's only the Galil for Nafany to have to worry about. OG have been able to drop guns to make it work, but there's no more double AWP.
Yeah, that worked so well as well. Window will be smoked out, standard stuff. This time it's only Hobbit in mid. Typically, you know, this is a 3-man operation. Nafany's there. Shiro's posted up. Not this time. Hobbit making some noise. Alexi will hear him. Maybe able to punish over the top of the smoke, and he will. Hobbit down. This could be an 8th round here. OG looking to hold on to this advantage. They're starting to dip their toe into A, and Flames forced out. He does so well to evade the incendiary and the peak. At least he gets to play for the retake. And smoking off on connector. There's nothing Alexi can do to contest this. The bomb's been thrown and thrust back onto the site by Shiro. He'll hang out in Palace for this open plant. Nico catching Inters. I'm not sure.
Well,
Was that denial from short? It was. Straight through the smoke. He's beamed him. Shiro's been forced out of his hidey hole. Some risks taken here. And if Valda goes for a reload, Nafany will strike. He takes it. And Alexi as well. Suddenly, a 3v3 is established. Flames changes that quickly, but these frags, they keep on coming. Axel's lurking mid, does connect as well. Now, the bomb's loose A. Flames and Mantu have the site, have the bomb. And Mantu has the frag. Nafany didn't use any util, had nothing to get him across that AWP line. Mantu still posted up, but loses his head to Axel. One of the sharpest tools in the Counter-Strike shed right now. And he's going to take another head just like that. Axel happens a mid-lurk, but closes it with style.
Oh my God, how has he just pulled that one away?
Mantu's going to be blast completely discombobulated.
How's he just done that? That is insane stuff from Axel. Look, I know it's no surprise, and more impact from Nafany here with a fantastic double from the jungle position. This one, yeah, quick swing. But how's he identified? Maybe he caught a little glimpse of him through the box, just had a great idea. And that's a huge clutch to win. OG are broken now. They're down to a 4-spy scenario.
Axel's broken everything.
It's 1900 in the next round. Gambit may even win this half here. Looking fantastic to pull things right on back and even steal that lead. OG are going to need some huge Deagle shots here, and Flames, he's been tasked with his A-ramp again.
I can't believe he took Mantu so cleanly, so easily, and aware of that default box as well. Flames a bit more active on his ramp holds. He's been dancing around this for a while. Armored Deagles to defend their honor and to take the half.
They do have a couple smokes here. If they drop these out between Alexi and Flames, maybe they can channel them late towards B, because Shiro's still posted with the bomb, and Nafany's going on one of his little looky-loo missions again. The
It's like a full
leader.
A without the bomb. Like 3 players going to try and pull everything out of the CTs. Maybe even the round as well. Oh, it's so mean. Axel starts to tighten his grip.
Yeah, Shiro's looked like he wants to drop back, but I think Nafany's just called it off. Shiro's still pivoting towards B. Axel now with contact. Maybe that changes. Needs to get this frag. He's under pressure now. Multiple points of contact, and Mantu will finish him off. Now
Surely.
the bomb goes back to A.
Surely.
It has to be A.
Yeah, and Alexi might be calling for help. He hasn't got any sound cues yet. Now he starts hearing nades here. You can make some assumptions. They start to take some space. Fifteen seconds.
They're playing safe. You can't stop this.
Cannot be contested.
Oof.
Wow, Hobbit. Ready for that. Nothing more should come of this. A saved AK is nice. Preserve the Kevlar for the rest of them.
You really needed a showstopper out of Flames there, right? As they crept up to Tetris, on that swing to Hobbit, if he gets that kill, maybe that's enough just to scare them back into the B stack. But without an early opener right there, OG just left floundering. And the money situation, it's abysmal. As previously mentioned, 1,900 into the next round. So it will be another one of these buys, right? We're going to see MP9s, maybe some Scouts, maybe some Deagles, but it's not going to look great. Inters can upgrade going forward with the round win. They could drop Axel and AK. Things are looking great here for Gambit. They have tied things up 7-7. Remember, they did start with that pistol round victory and then the conversions. It's been OG, the ones who have felt like they've had to battle back into this more so. And have been showing a pretty good face on their CT side. They've only had that real one flub, right? That loss to the scout round of Shiro where he pinned him on down through the ticket booth. That's the only real, I guess, drama for OG is dropping that. And I'm not sure it would have made a huge difference with the scoreline as it is right now. M4, AK, 2 MP9s and a Deagle. Util's okay, no kit for the post plant, so you might see OG get a bit more scrappy before that bomb goes on down, and we're back to the default spread. Hobbit, Shiro, Nafany, the pack towards middle, and Axel's already opened up B. Volder's gone.
He's feeling himself, isn't he? I think that clutch just reminded him who he is. I'll take the whole site. Don't mind me, my whole team's behind me. Flashes Alexi perfectly off of any sort of info line he could have had, and look how deep that util is, good God. This is the last round of the half, and I mean, they're just sitting there locked out by util. Everything is smoked or molotoved or occupied.
There's more to come as well. More mollies, more smokes, HEs, flashes. Good luck, OG.
Oh, it's just brutal. Somehow, Nico's found a way in. Short-lived. Great molly, might force Hobbit into the Deagle. And he has hit his shot. Go on, Alexi gives it everything he's got. And Gambit will take the half. A great recovery, a clutch from Axel puts them in the lead. Only just, we'll take a break and get the second half of Mirage started.
A common way on Mirage to treat A executes is to have the lead or entry player try to swing as far as possible into the bomb site towards CT spawn in order to create space behind him for his team to occupy, plant the bomb, and defend. What is curious about the IEM Summer semi-final game that OG played against Vitality is how far they strayed from this idea. Out of the 5 times they went A, 3 of them they had Flamesy entering from the A ramp. These are rounds 8, 10, and 14. If we look at the path taken specifically by Flamesy, we can see that all 3 rounds he never really makes it past the halfway point of the bomb site, and while some of his teammates do cover other positions, this still leaves a lot of potential real estate for the CT side to exploit, and this is worth keeping in mind when watching OG on Mirage. To prove the point, and as an interesting point of context, Kyojin in this game has the following path towards the A bomb site in rounds 18, 19, and 23. See if you can identify these moments and read the game within the game.
OG 7, Gambit 8. We split right down the middle on our first half of the first map of tonight's grand final. We are here to crown a champion of IEM Summer, and OG, with new players both Nico and Flames, do seem to have hit the ground running. This roster is on a bit of a win streak, 7 wins in a row, best of 3 series, knocking some big names out of this tournament, even in 2-0 fashion. But they are faced with the end boss of this video game. It's Gambit.
Yeah, if they're going to show that they're a championship contender team, this is the best one to do it against right here, the world #1, and straight in towards the B bomb site they trundle. Enters to receive. He's got Axel in tow here towards the back of side.
Yeah, and Axel didn't choose to take any contact now. He's kind of letting Inters just fight in this box, and fight he will. Inters blows up on B. Can they recover? Their ears are still ringing from the explosion out of that pistol. Now let's see what happens. Snaf and Shiro from Kitchen. They double up on Van. I kind of hate this, Chad.
This is really sweaty. This is hopefully Alexi swinging, taking the fight, and then Nico being able to come out late and not cleared. But Alexi has to be proactive with this, and he might be caught through a bit of a slither gap as well. They're creeping on in. There is that defuse kit.
Okay, so he wants to actively fight this, and they'll just assume it's clear. He needs a frag out of this. Fake flash, buy time. That's the plan. One close. It's Hobbit. In the shots, they've baited it. Will he deny? Can he? Oh, it's perfect. They don't have time, and he's done enough. Has the kit, actually. No!
Oh my God,
Jesus!
He committed to the fights.
Oh, he did everything. Nico did everything he could. A valiant attempt at the 2v3, trying to use that clock as a third man. Shiro has the last bloody kit in existence on that pistol.
Nico's gonna, I can't even put this into words, right? The time is so close, but he's committed to the fights, right? I hate to critique in the 1-on-3, but the peak and the hide, they would have had to run him down.
Yeah, that would have ride the clock enough. He'll be feeling a bit silly about that.
Valiant attempt considering Inter's heroics, right? It was a 2-on-3.
And 3 targets when you do peek out.
Yeah. And that would have been masterful. Imagine if he pulled that one off.
I thought he had. I didn't, like, there was a cable on my monitor that just covers Shiro's kit. And I just, like, kind of pulled it back because I realized there is potentially a heart-wrenching clutch up. Oh, that does fall kind of flat. These Galils are being run down. Nice finds from Hobbit. They are coming in thick and fast. They just want jewels, and they're getting them. Shiro and Nafani brought down to half. They are into the site. A flash for the reaggress. They are kind of locked on Tetris and Dark right now. A smoke doesn't help them too much, at least a second will. And they start their maneuver. Contact, double frag, here we go. Gap for Nafani, they need to punish that now. Flames just puts his head in the vice. Bomb down default, uncontested. Valda to send another home. It's Nafani tucked in tight.
They're swinging, double swing.
Yeah, it's not bad. And they do land it. Valda with 3 off the Galil. What a recovery.
Huge stuff. Absolutely huge stuff. It looked like they were getting stalled out again. Nico drops down, doesn't see anything, gets the bullets in the side of the head, but that's massive. OG, now they're in with a real shot in this second half. The pistol round, sure, nothing in it. But this one here is a real sign of intent. They're keeping it biffy, they're keeping it brawly, and they trade out.
Valda not only catching that head, but this is the double swing. We'll see how close it got.
How did he go? The fact he gets Mantu there anyway.
I didn't even know.
Axel the beast, okay.
Well, this is going to put OG right back into contention for a potential 9-9 here. They can equalize and then some, even taking the lead themselves. A force buy from Gambit. And they got, what, 2 smokes?
Yeah, they're going to go for a 4-man B lane early with Hobbit just trying to dissuade them over towards A. Now, they can still be mobile on this if they get enough info early. Depends on how long Alexi and Co take. Now, the bomb is over towards the B apartments, which doesn't look good right now for OG fans around the globe. This short control taken, and what tends to happen is they'll sit, they'll wait, and then they'll do a swing and just go into a fast B split and hope that Flames and Mantu can get a kill or 2 on surprise. But Hobbit's coming over, Shiro's still here.
OG fans are used to this feeling, Chad. They're used to this feeling. They're running out of nails to bite. They're walking straight in to the Stag sites. Let's see if they can weather the storm. Shiro, lots of damage, no frags. It could change, it does. It's Nafani with 1 and not the second. Mantu to deny, and they will survive. Look how much damage was done. Any of those scout shots hit, and it's a different round.
That's wild that they sustained all of that damage right there and managed to walk away with 4 alive. So yeah, Hobbit just going to hold on to D with head armor, but now this is where they can extend, right? This is where OG are able to get themselves into the lead. They've gotten away with this one. That's the thing. You've gone into the stack and they've actually committed. There wasn't a, oh, back off. They took their fights. They hit it with conviction. And I think that was an important round for OG to walk away with here. That 4-spy, right? The pistol loss and then into the 4-spy win, that roller coaster, right? They're still on the high of how close the pistol was. Now they've slammed it. This one here is going to give them that bit of breathing room to really understand how good of a spot they are in for map number 1. Bomb goes off, 9th on the board, everything tied up, 9-9.
I do, it's just to share some personal insight into what I do in those moments is I'm staring at the player cam and just watching how Hobbit was trying to keep himself focused. You know, like when you've got those 40-second holds and you're just staring at a line. And it's just that constant re-squinting, moving your face a little bit, like just desperately trying to make sure you're still alert for the potential last-second charge.
There's a visual one of those that you used to get with Stewie, you remember?
Yep.
When he would hold a line, he'd wiggle his mouse every now and again, I guess just to make sure that he was focusing on his crosshair.
Super interesting to me. For someone that does struggle with that element of Counter-Strike, like the patience and the focus for just not seeing anything, like you're essentially looking at a still frame for 50 seconds, it drives me up the wall.
Well, this is what's changed, I want to say, in the last couple of years, ever since the Astralis dominance. I think it's forced everybody to start playing the game with that clock in mind as one of the biggest factors, right? Understanding just the exact timing on utility, the exact impact of a Molotov. And with that, the level of focus that is required. The in-game leader used to be the guy in control of that. All his pawns just got moved around the map accordingly, and occasionally they'd pop off. Now, everybody probably has an in-game leader brain, or at least if you want to be a top-tier player, an in-game leader brain of, let's say, the 2016 in-game leaders, right? You need to be that up to scratch in terms of what's going on, the reactions needing to make, and that comes down to the theory. So it's come down to now coaches and in-game leaders are sitting there and almost holding classes on how they think the game should be approached in terms of the reactions, the different ways in sticky situations, and now just trying to hold on to their upgraded weapons. They are boxed on in. Nafany and Shiro close, looking to do some damage. Oh, they've done damage again. No frags to boast for it. Axel, bomb goes off, takes down Volder. Has another chance there. Look how low 3 of them are. Just Flames with HP left in the end of that one, but OG do secure the lead, so 10-9 now. And this buy coming forward for Gambit, they won't have an AWP for Shiro. Right? This is one of the rounds where you have to look, how are they going to operate with 5 rifles?
And this is also our real chance to start digging our teeth into OG's T-side strength. If there was a side they're more attuned with, it is this one. And the bar was set by Gambit's attack at 8. Now they've managed to get 3 and shave 3 off of that already, putting themselves 10-9. Let's go. No AWP for Shiro. Smoke exchange, double smoke for the cross short.
Just going to be a B-pop, I think. Look how much pressure they have in the B apartments. They have the util lined on up. Alexi's selling this in middle. It's just going to be a flash and go.
Inter seems at least a little aware. He will be now. Axel's taking a lot of contact. He's lost vision, but he hasn't lost his life. Flashed off. Inter's in support as well. Axel gets another double for the B defender. And they can't seem to find him. They've lost him, and Nico caught on the hunt. Shiro, a third, chips in for good measure, and Gambit with the lockout.
Striking back in a big way. 5 alive, get some upgrades into AKs. That is what we're talking about. Gambit level things up. And now OG, with it was just a pop. There was no nuance to this. It was, we're going to sell a bit of a mid-piece and hope we can find a gap. That's all they were hoping for in this scenario right here. Axel surviving. How does he get away with 2? That is mental.
Yeah. You could see, like, I mean, even Nico's death was exclusively because Axel survived. Just trying to find and finish off that tagged up player lost on the smoke.
Ops out for Mantu here.
Yeah, they might want to run boost him across. No one would be spotted. I think Nafany's the closest maybe. Oh, falling to him. He has a look, was not expecting that position. B smoke was dropped.
Is that a miss smoke or an early smoke?
Yeah, that's a question.
One has been thrown from Volder, so maybe just an early smoke. Didn't catch that one, but that little boost that OG did is not common. This is where you start to look into Alexi and Raga, the coach of OG's prep. So if they know that Nafany loves to go for these speculative mid-jiggles down on the lower side of connector, where traditionally the AWPer doesn't have that line. Think about if the AWPer's not boosted in that position. He can't see that. No. So this is the details for OG now coming to fruition, and they're heading back towards B to punish again. But guess what? Gambit have actually stacked this. They've got Axel over towards the vent
How much
room.
info did they push for? Is this just the read?
I think this is just the gamble stack because they're down that early man, or Nafany's a bloody genius.
Yeah, well, they'll take this. Man 2.
will be given a victim. Oh, Inters jumps straight into the scope. Hobbit readies for war and loads the mag, nearly 2. It will find the finish from Axile. Surely doesn't want to be exposed to Mantu. Yeah, he's gonna have to be forced out of there. Molotov's off short. And just having to run all the way round the world through A. OG make it 11.
This is really impressive from OG. The details of both teams now that we're seeing is fantastic, right? You're seeing everything, all that hard work paying off. But the reason I say it's great for OG is they're doing this with Volder now having a superstar performance. He's up to 22 kills. Mantu continues to be that beast that we've seen throughout this tournament. He's got 19. Alexi, he's had some huge multi-kill rounds, especially if we go back towards that CT half. It's the two new boys, and especially Flames, who we knew was going to come in and be in a bit of a strugglesome position, right? He's a rookie again, another one of these younger names. The pressure obviously being felt here, and that's reflected in his frags. Now imagine if he gets turned on at all, right? Imagine if he comes alive. That Flames from group stage was winning clutches, running around, styling on people, hitting some huge shots. Then we have a real series on our hands. So we're only, what, one of my 3 things that I said OG must have. Alexi calling great. We needed Mantu to continue his fantastic performance. If Flames comes alive, that is the 3rd piece of this puzzle here to a really competitive best-of-3 series, and the 3rd timeout for Gambit being called now.
It's a small achievement in itself when you force Gambit into their 3rd timeout. But Gambit have proven time and time again that it is not over against them until you do put that 16th on the board. Pretty resilient for a bunch of younger gamers. Hobbit, of course, I'm sure, imparting much of his experience and attitudes onto them. There's Mantu, they're top of the scoreboard and, you know, battling for an MVP. He was right under Zywoo in terms of the highest rated players of this tournament. The diamond in the rough from alternate attacks, flying that OG flag and now in a grand final. I love it. Yeah, and Flames as well. I mean, I don't know who's doing the recruiting over at OG, but you've got to give them props. Yeah. All do seem to be paying dividends in the same way Vitalities have.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously we see the Pug stars, Vitality getting Masuta and Kyojin more from the Pug realms, right? Or the lower tier teams. Yep. Whereas these guys, Endpoint for Flames, Mantu alternate attacks, as you said, they've been scouted, like properly scouted. This is looking like an A piece here. Alexi with a lot of room in middle. Hobbit flashed in. Hobbit pushing.
Oh, and he gets what he came for. Flames just knocked on his bottom, flashed up. No chance for a rebuttal.
This isn't looking good for OG.
It could, though. It could change very quickly. Nico's been hit with a warning shot. You have to cancel. Axel may not let you. Throws the nade onto Mantu's nose. Mantu knows there's a potential swing. Alexi's trying to keep him honest, but they can go anywhere they want.
Look at the Inters push, though. If they go back towards B, they have to run through this Deagle.
I think that's why Alexi and Mantu are sticking to their guns. This is a flank, though, and he's got a good timing on it. No one's looking. No one heard a thing. Hobbit's Frank can translate into something much more. OG have already lost one of these. They can't lose another. Economical, dinked.
More damage.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nico's so low, the flank falls flat. This could be the recovery. Alexi just calling his boys to pause. We've got 35 seconds. B could be open. The death of Inters has cost Gambit. They can't rotate through. Actually, Nafany goes straight through the flames in pursuit of B. He's dead. And this round is 2 in the water for Gambit. Nothing left to contribute apart from that. Shiro catching
still
one.
Not in. Oh,
and another starting to be a problem. Body shots. Eliminating, finishing off what his teammates started. Shiro with the pre-aim. He's tagged another. Valder on life support. He could deny the plant. The bomb now ticking. He knows he tagged one. USP's got Valder's name on it. Axel does get caught out. Mantu on the bench. Shiro, 100 HP and a dream. And the dream starting to feel real.
No.
Everything hitting. Everything hitting for Shiro. What a threat. $1,700 very well spent, but not going to post the round. Saved in the 1v1. Valder saves OG's 12th.
That's a tense round right there. You could see multiple occasions that could have just completely fallen apart for OG. That Inter's flank, he got nothing out of it. He should have at least had one in that. Oh, that here is just such a crazy round. Crazy, crazy round.
Whew, they had to work so hard for it. Oh, Shiro's going to have to work hard for the rest of this round. Tagged on down. There's a wallbang from Mantu. Nafany, Molotov, sprayed. It's Axel pushing in. He's not stopping. He doesn't stop for anyone. Flames trying to take space somewhere else. He's been spotted. Inters is hunting him. 3 players hunting him. Nico trying to bail him out of trouble.
And that's the end of that. Damn, Gambit just immediately take back control.
They make a lot out of a little with the force buy, or at least the saved gun and the upgraded scout, and then now they just almost completely clean sheet them here, and that is big problems for OG. The fact that they took so many casualties in that previous means they can't buy now. Imagine if they kept 3 players alive, right? They had everybody go and they could drop a couple guns, they could make this work. Now we're looking the high end for Nico at 4.2 and the low end with Alexi B at 2.1. So they will have to take the save. It's 1900 into the bank balance next round. They will be able to buy, but they're almost conceding the 12th here. It's not going to be easy to break Gambit, especially on an eco. I'd love to look at the amount of rounds where Gambit have lost to low buys or ecos. It feels almost non-existent other than that Cadian example that everybody is going to be imprinted in the back of their mind. But other than that, it doesn't feel like a lot.
If Flames could somehow take additional space. Oh, Axar with the denial. Oh, but Valda has taken just enough space that could enable the plant. That's a lovely gift. Can they make anything more of this? Flames, he's got a bit of an off angle with that bench position. It won't be there for the eventual push. Nafny with a smoke, he can deploy that when he sees fit. Oh, that was his chance. Flames has not hit the shots, and the round falls apart.
Oh, wow, look how low they all got right there. Volda actually came around Cat and picked up the M4, right? So he made himself very, very deadly. That, another one there. It got close. And just as I was saying, Gambit don't tend to lose this one. They clean it up. They keep 3 alive, and now they're leveled up. OG get the guns back out. That plant is going to give them an extra bit of cash here.
Big Flames is definitely getting that grand final feeling, dude. Like, we've all, I mean, I was about to say we've all been there. We definitely haven't. But we all can empathize and be compassionate for the fact that that grand final feeling against Gambit, it's a whole new game right now. It feels like a whole new map. First time Mirage. Everything's just a little second guessy. But he's got a very rigid force around him, hasn't he?
He's got a very difficult role as well. He's meant to be, you know, one of the flary type entry frags to them. And when you're running into players like Axel, into Shiro, who are both really on form right now, 45 frags between the two of them.
Okay, so we're going to have a window smoke, a B smoke. They're trying to at least keep Axel busy. Just someone, please, keep Axel on the other side of the map for this A hit, and it has worked. Valda caught out completely. Hobbit, the element of surprise, a perfectly timed flash has taken some space back. Oh, OG, losing lives left and right, dropping like flies. Alexi has to take space, has to take some blood. They have managed to get the bomb down, but 2 players to defend it. I don't fancy their chances. Can Flames have his pop-off moment? He has connected his first. Too many targets. It's Mantu to come up clutch. And 3 targets. Inters, Shiro from the stairs side. Oh, they've smoked him off. Amoli will buy time. Oh, I like that he's waiting. The lineup's perfect.
They have 2 more smokes, though.
Waiting for the sound cue. Drops the molly. Well, I think he's holding it. I don't think Nafny will burn. And saved by the smoke. A nice attempt. All things considered, it falls apart though for them, and Gambit are starting to run towards that finish line. That's 3 in a row for themselves. Definitely looking like they are beatable. But OG will have to once again stomach another round on the chin.
Yeah, and a timeout here, a necessary one. This is the first timeout, right? They've still got 3 remaining, if I'm reading that one correctly. So OG have done a great job of just being able to follow Alexi's game plan up until this point and not need the bailout of the 30-second time with the coach. And because we're this late, maybe even take back-to-back. Really just give yourself a bit of a breather. They can afford some upgrades, right? There's Deagles, that's going to be possible. We can even get a bit of light util in there. Volda has 4.7, he can buy. Flames has 4.6, he can also buy. So there's a lot to discuss right now, but you're putting all your eggs in those baskets to almost single-handedly win the round. Whereas OG, when they've been getting other guns out, they've been getting their space, they've been looking good. If they break this streak right now of Gambit, they can do a bit of economical damage as well. They're back down to bottom of the barrel loss bonus. So an important round here, and I think that's felt. It's reflected in Volda's purchase. We know that they're getting 2,900 in the next. If they can get a plant, Volda's going to be all good with a buy in the next round. So really, putting the gun on the top fragger right now for OG and seeing what he can make happen.
Axel wants info, and he just throws his body on the line. We saw how that can feel. Double kill from him in a previous round, but through the underpass they go. Late util deployed. Now Funny responsible for this walk up. And he has such an advantage over that smoke. Valda will think twice. Oh, and Axel can jump up. Valda, he's being hunted. Look at him jump down. Axel, a man possessed, and it has cost him.
Yeah, that's a gap that's created now. It's just into zombie. They're having to
weapon,
rotate
though.
this CT rotate.
Yeah, Mantu will grab an M4 with that Kevlar vest. They're halfway there. Oh, he saw him through the smoke. That light just obscured by Valda's body, and the hero falls. High awareness from Nafany has given them the advantage once again.
Well, they're going back towards B, and if they go now, they might be able to isolate Intas. He's playing very passive in this bench position towards the back of the site. They've got a smoke and a flash to work with. Nafany will be there in kitchen as soon as U2 or contact is taken. But they need to get this bomb down just to give a little bit of extra cash for Volder. Eventually, they're going to have to make a sound cue here. There they go. Intas is hearing all this. He's calling it too. The mouth is moving.
Who's going to clear bench? Oh, he times it to perfection. Smoke is down, as is that bomb. Perfect. Valda will have a buy. Can they take anything more away from Gambit?
Oh, the boost here. Up and over the top of the
I don't hate it at all. Nafany spotted. Quick reactions from Mantu. Demanded to clutch. He's hidden from Shiro, but shots from behind him. He knows where they both are. Mantu dancing with Shiro here. Takes contact. It's Hobbit. That's the hard part. But still can't get through Shiro. A potent P250 saving the day. Another 1vx for Shiro.
Keeping it bloody close, aren't they? OG almost pulling that one off. That would have been absolutely monstrous scenes. And with the picked up rifle from Axel, I guess he's dropping down expecting the rest to be eco, right? Flames just drops immediately. Axel gone madman mode.
I've never seen him
off the top row.
Throw something like that into the mix.
That's a bit spicy from him. Oh, and look at that. Almost feels like Nafany gets him clear as day there. Hard done by. Here's the clutch attempt. Shiro pivoting with the P250.
God. You'd think after Hobbit's gone down, I thought that was it, dude. Shiro just too good with that P250, threatening on the pistol. They've boosted this time. Nafany's having none of it.
Ready for it, isn't he?
Not again, he says. Less words, more bullets, and he clears top mid as well. Flames peeks off his own flash. He confirms there's some funny business top mid.
Flames has to get this kill, I feel like. Oh, and he's away. Isolated, mollied out of position. That util has been dumped, and Nafany gets away for free. He's done so much damage to Mantu, and it's forced this OG rotation back towards A. It's bad info. They're not aggressive mid anymore.
A smokes. Stairs. Jungle. CT in the way as well. And they're up. No contact yet from Gambit. They'll fight on stairs and connect aside. Valda through the flame. Shiro's caught him. Oh, and a denial of the bomb. Nafany, oh, he's so contained. Takes two of them. Flames maybe has an advantage here onto Axel as he slips through, but immediately Shiro responds. Don't give them any space for them to shape up around. Nafany's double still ringing through here in round 27. This will put 15 on the board for Gambit. Oh, quick reacts from Nico. Maybe there's more to be said. He knows Shiro was stairs side. Oh, bringing the fight to him. Hobbit tries to catch him in that moment and does so with ease. Okay, 15, Gambit, map point. The first map of this best of 5. It was a very strong start from OG, flying out of the gates on their T side. It was up 5-2 in the second half, and now a response of 5 in kind. Max loss bonus doesn't need to be said. OG backs against the walls now.
Mantu's got the AWP out again. It's no armor behind it with a bit of light util here. They need to find a pick early. Gambit is starting to turn up the heat here, and you're seeing that with that aggressive maneuver. All of them willing to take fights, all of them willing to show that mechanically they are super gifted.
They're trying it again.
Run boost this time, I think.
Shiro spotted it. He's looking for the booster rather than the boostee. Going walkabouts as well. Gambit coordinated 4 in mid to contest this. And it's Flames holding a very tight line just on the jiggle, knocks the head off. And Nafany in another fight comes straight to them. 2 frags, knocks the boots off of Alexi when Shiro does connect. But OG have got 2 opening frags here, Chad. They just have to piece together the finish.
Yeah, they're going back to B. They might be a little bit noisy about this. Inters is actually pushing short. The timing is great. Volda and Nico get an easy fight here. Bounding on out. Inters, what can you do, my friend? That's one. And that's it. This should be the round. I feel like Gambit have to save. Oh, wait.
Should be the round. Yeah, Shiro's out there.
Okay, good. I was doubting myself there for a second. The Gambit that we've watched throughout this year is the one that would save in this kind of a situation, risking the 2-on-3 retake, giving up the AWP. The money's not there for everybody on the team. That's all what it came down to. If Inters gets the double, then yeah, that one's on. But the fact he gets one and done, they trade efficiently, that's what OG were looking for. And what was Nafany trying to turn the screws on that run boost, right? Because we saw Shiro just catch him. Nafany knew that as well. And the idea about hanging around mid was, if we can contain the top mid peak, I can creep on up and I can take out that AWP player. So the attempt, it was there. The conversion not. And that's an impact kill from Flames, right? He hasn't had a lot, but that is a big one right there. And we're getting to the crunch time of this half. Well, this map, 15-13. Shiro can buy. He can even drop 2 rifles by the looks of things. This is the... Oh, there you go. That's what he needed. A big one. And it set up this second frag here because Axel's trying to step out for the trade.
Yeah, and don't forget, Mantu was glass cannon there. So Nafany would have no issues of isolating that duel should what you've described come through and come into fruition. OG trying to do it again. Towards middle they start. Shiro is in the window position this time. And Mantu ahead of the box. Don't forget, Axel's been a real nuisance for them on short.
Oh, here's Alexi. Close towards this connected position, and I think Gambit are going to play more of a conservative approach in this one because the loss bonus for the final round of play for them is only 1900. If they give up an opening kill, we might see that save again just to try and secure that 16th. So now that they're turtled up, right, we don't have a lot of mid-aggression. There's no argy-bargy with Nafany walking on out, no AWP overseeing things. They're allowing the fight to come to them. If they're able to make the right call, make the right read, or get the frags on entry, Gambit can close this one down now. OG, with a minute on the clock, have taken full mid control. 4 players. Nico just over towards A. And it's connect a creep. They come through the smoke. They're about to bound.
Yeah, Shiro could destabilize this. He has eaten the first flash. Vision restored and Valda eliminated. Flames, good pressure, and it's Nico to find him. Gambit are continuing to contest here, but only from short, really. It's Nafany that's the furthest ahead. He's eaten the flash. They've taken some space. The smoke is up, and Nafany mollied out. 10 HP. They want to isolate, and they will. Alexi right in front of another. Inters wants to try and catch him.
This could be huge. He's going through.
Oh, he could contest. Alexi's not watching it. He can deny. Flames wasn't ready. No one's there for the trade. Alexi eventually. Maybe Axel for another clutch. Nico and Darky does deploy the smoke. Kit to be picked up right in front. As you discussed, though, you know the bonus is low. Is he even going to give it a look in?
Oh, it seems like a round that you just want to have a crack at.
I just wanted to see him start.
Oh, he's got no option. He has to save that org. That's all they're going to have next round. 1900.
Really starting to smell like OT now.
This feels like it almost secures it, right? It is going to be an OG classic if they trip over their own shoelaces here against this like weak buy. Right? I hate to say it, but we always talk about OG being their own worst enemy. And they've done fantastic in this game. We're talking 15, 14. We've gone all 30. They have the advantage, the weapon advantage. They've got the momentum behind them now. They've had to string 2 together just to get them to this point. And for Gambit, they're taking their last time out. There'll be none left for overtime.
Gambit are on nothing. And Axel showed some flair.
Shiro made it work with the scout earlier. Almost pulled off an absolute specky of a round. So he can go scout Kevlar with some util. Axel can drop a Famus. Nafany's gone Deagle. Inters with the classic MP9, perfect weapon for the job over towards B. Someone hook Hobbit up. Not out of the realms of possibility here. It will be that Famus drop to Hobbit. He can get head armor. He can get himself some nades around this as well. They're not going to look at a kit. It does not look like a defuse kit will be purchased.
Hobbit takes a Famus just so that Shiro gets full util. Nades a priority for him. off. Final round of regulation. Will OG, as I think the perfect metaphor was used, trip over their own shoelaces, or will we play on in MR3? Fact-finding missions are in play into this jump peeking for the apartments. Hobbit's in a completely black box of A info. All he can say is, I haven't heard anything. Ooh, Alexi, that's a little lick of a sound cue. A dribble of the Molotov has revealed his position to perhaps Nafany if his ears were close enough. Mid-space denied. Nafany like a moth to the flame, like a CT to a smoke. And it looks like they want to just burst through connector.
Same play again.
Optimal double deeg territory. Nafany just needs to get checked, and there they go, one by one. Shiro on CT. Flames has found the trade necessary. They are into A. Flames pushed up triple. The flash is perfect. Shiro's blinded, unwilling to swing though, and Hobbit still unchecked. Has found Nico. He's a threat. He's a real threat. Does go down to Flames. Have an impact when it matters, but Axel's still a problem. OG to take us to OT. They're at a man disadvantage. Axel's pushed the Flames. He could surprise, and he has. Mantu's down, and the hopes and dreams hinge on Flames. A quiet game, but a clutch demanded of him. It's not gonna happen. Earth-shattering from Gambit. 16-14. They will take their map pick, but by the skin of their teeth. Breaking that one down to the death with Frankie Ward and the boys after the break.
On the bomb, sprayed through. Smoke still down. At least knows he's nowhere else. He has to be there. He is so smart. There we go. It's Team Liquid, and that's what it means to them. They've done what no one may ever do again. Team Liquid.
Nico, thank you for joining me here today before we head into the best of 5 grand final. I'm excited to have you. I want to know, what is the path for victory for OG against Gambit here?
Oh, I think the path is like we don't respect them too much, play our own game and disrespect them a lot. I think is the way.
That is the kind of thing that I like to hear. Do you think the order of the maps played here makes a big difference?
I'm not sure, but it could be, but I'm not sure. If we just play our own game and stick to the things we have talked about, I think we'll win them.
Okay. Did you learn anything about watching Gambit this tournament that you felt like maybe you didn't know before the tournament?
No, not really, to be honest. They're a really good team. They're strong individuals, and that's it.
Okay, they look like themselves. That's super interesting. You guys have never played, as far as I know, have never played Gambit. Do you think that is a strength or a weakness? It works both ways, I suppose.
Yeah, it could be a strength to have played them, but I think it's also a strength not to have played them. So we are not scared of anything, or like, oh, they did this last time, maybe they'll do it again, and they're not doing it, and so I think it's fine.
Okay, they have a particularly interesting combination, at least sometimes, with Axile and Shiro that both seem to show up and play very well. How comfortable would you feel if you had to take down one of those two right now?
I think, to be honest, we're only gonna meet Exile, I think, in the first of the round. I think Shiro will be behind and maybe do the clutch, so yeah, I think it's only Exile, but he's really good right now. But I'm comfortable to kill him as well.
Okay, that is absolutely perfect. Do you have any final words for either the fans or maybe for Gambit?
I hope they'll cheer for us, and Gambit, watch out.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Nico, and best of luck in the game.
Thank you.
told me, do you know? All alone in your head, but you don't have to pretend that you will make a change, 'cause you don't wanna change. I'm gonna be real honest this time. I'm okay with it, I am more than fine. I'm gonna roll all less red dice now. Tell me I won't get out.
It's time for your favorite part of every show.
Our shirts.
Yes, the shirts and our Epix GG packs. I've just pulled it out of the
They're
case.
beautiful.
I
Me
should have
too.
showed you.
Here we
have
go.
a fancy camera here so you can get the full card
draw
opening
first.
experience. All right, I'll give you... Oh, we're playing Snap?
Flamey versus Tizian.
Okay.
I win. He's not playing anymore.
Boomich versus...
Brokey, yeah. No,
Oh,
he's
I
not
win.
better. Config versus G2.
Hang on, I'll play again. I've got a Juzzy.
Oh, okay, I'll give you a Juzzy. Oh,
dude.
it's a holo Kenny S.
There's only one thing that can beat it. It's not even rehearsed, folks.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
holo
Well,
simple.
The Simple's going to win that one.
I'm
I have an
taking that.
ESL1 Cologne 2019 card. That one might be limited edition. It's IEM Cologne now.
Yeah, no, but legit. Is that a holo? Yeah, it is. It's a holo simple.
Another one. The card collection's getting pretty flush around
going
here.
in a sleeve.
And
Hold on.
yeah, all in all, if you want to check those out, epix.gg, you know what to do. And they're collectibles.
Season
People like
1 is out
collecting
now.
things.
You can get the whole box and stuff. I think we were doing a giveaway of a whole box at one point. So either way, epix.gg, and you'll find more info on socials.
We're going to give it back to the desk. Break it all down. Gang, have fun.
Thank you very much, Sponge and Machine. And also, I have to say, fabulous shirts. Everyone scrubbed up really nicely today, as has Gambit in that first map, 16-14 versus OG. It was Gambit's pick. It is OG's favourite map to play. And clearly some research should be done on both sides. So let's dive in with that first half. First of all, Yanko, you wanted to take a look at round 13 because really that's the round where Axara's clutch got Gambit back into the game and winning that first half.
Yeah, there was a couple of rounds that where Gambit scraped through in that first half, and seeing it how it was a 16-14 game, those were the all-important ones for Gambit, and it will show you a little bit of their structure, but also the individual prowess coming through really when it comes to Exile and how he managed to finish that round off. But yeah, it's a good round.
Anyway, I think that I have to say it, even though Gambit won, I think OG was the better team overall. And I feel like the CT side for them went their way in the beginning. I thought they were going to get like 10, 11 rounds, but then we'll see that Eco round they lost half by, then 1v3 clutch against Exile they lost. I thought that OG got pretty good stops on B side that allowed them a little bit more space there so they could rotate over to A, but Gambit being Gambit, one of their biggest strengths is the fact that they can win these unwinnable rounds. They keep doing it like against different teams. We saw in that game against Astralis, and now in the finals, it's just a very, very difficult thing like to deal with when a team is like playing like that, and it got them the win at the end.
Performance-wise, we can see some of the scores on the doors right here. Valdemanto were huge for OG. Shiro and Axel were gunning for Gambit. There were multi-kills aplenty across the board. But one player who hasn't quite shown up for OG just yet is Flames. And we did see this a little bit in the semi-final yesterday. It took until the third and final map for Flames to really come alive. Do you think that is really what they need, that little bit of X factor for OG to win on the next map does too? Kassan?
Yeah, I feel like that we expected like Valde to show up. He did with 25 plus frags, and then we, like you said, we needed that X factor. It was supposed to be either Nico or Flames. None of them really showed up in the map number 1. We expect them to be like a little bit more active in the other maps, so OG can have a chance, Yanko.
Yeah, we even saw it in the head-to-head there. I mean, how many times did we see Exile have a big round, whether it's a clutch or just getting a multi-kill, right? And that's what it comes down to. You need your big players to perform in big moments, right? And there's no bigger one than the final. And that's, I don't want to harp on Flames too much.
Yeah.
He's still like a young player. I think he's been playing really well. And this is normal. This is to be expected.
This is a lesson right here.
Anything else is going to be an overperformance. And there's still a lot of CS to be played. So he might still come back, as Frankie said, in that semi-final game. He showed up a bit later and exactly when his team needed him.
I agree.
Do Do you think then, given that the OG, they do mastermind a game plan between Roga and Alexi B, do you think that they're going to be prepared particularly well for Gambit on Dusty? I mean, this is a map where teams can be a little bit more flexible, play a lot more loosely if they need to.
Yeah,
Yanko?
and they did fumble against EG on that CT side, right? Dropping a big lead. But I think they will. We saw it even on Mirage. They started off fighting for mid more on the CT side in the first couple of gun rounds, and then they switched it up, playing more for the sides, just as Gambit wanted to make an adjustment of their own. So they were one step ahead. Unfortunately, that kind of half by eco that Gambit won through a spanner in the works.
I want to know if this was a secondary pick. Maybe that they expected
Probably, yeah.
Overpass as the first pick from Gambit, and they were going to go for Mirage, and then maybe for Dust2. So when they saw, like, Gambit picked Mirage, maybe we take Dust2 this time, and then maybe it works out for them, maybe not. Like, we'll see. That we know that Gambit used to lose these first maps in the best of 5.
Yeah.
Now they won one. Let's see how that goes.
Yanko, did we manage to get round 13 up on the skybox? Is it working for you?
I know. For me, it's been working the whole time.
Well, I asked you to show us it earlier. Are you ready to show us it now?
Yeah, I am. Basically, what Gambit tried to do in this round is fake a B split. You can see here we have Hobbit just by himself. He smoked window. He got a top mid smoke, and he's going to try. First, he's holding short for some aggression from Nico, going to creep up, and you see Exile. He's throwing the B nades as well. So the nade usage is making you think it's a B split, and as you guys could just see at the very end, Mantu is moving there, Alexi is in connector, he kills Hobbit, and 2 players are already on B. But for Gambit, basically what it comes down to is they're just going out on A, on Flames alone. He plays it like he should, he falls back, he knows there's not much he can do. Why Gambit didn't throw more nades for Hobbit is because they wanted to cut off the choke points, smoking jungle, smoking top con, and making it a simple plant for them. Unfortunately, as Inters goes for the plant, Nico all the way from short is going to kill him. That makes the round more complicated for Gambit, but Nafani pushes himself in a really good position. Shiro picks up the bomb to secure the plant, and pay attention to this dude over here, right? Exile coming all the way back from B-Apps. He still has a role to play in this round. Nafani, 2 big kills from a tough position. Not much he can do from that point on, and you can see how Exile now comes into play, kills Nico. They switch things up, they go for the double peek. Mantu is ready though, and now this frag, you guys are gonna see it from Exile's POV, but this kill on Mantu was just insane. How he pre-fires him. Mantu has an AWP, and Exile has a good sense that Flames was side, so he probably moved towards default. He just plays the waiting game here. A bit more experienced, right? Shows the patience as well, punishes Flames, and wins a crucial round for Gambit.
Yeah. I guess you can say that Gambit took a page of Alexi's playbook. Fake B, go A. Let's go, Ents.
I'm still slightly jaw-dropped right now and speechless at that kill from Axel, so we're gonna head to a break, and when we come back we're gonna have 2 men who are never lost for words. It's gonna be Sponge and Machine taking you through Dust 2.
skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Baby, leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
Good afternoon, good evening. We are ready for Map 2. Grand Finals of IEM Summer, OG taking on Gambit, and it was right down to the wire on the first map of our finals. Gambit did take it in regulation despite a shaky bye. OG couldn't quite take us into overtime. But we are in their domain now. It's Dust 2. Certainly got an affinity for it. They'll start them on the CT side. Gambit going to be looking to do damage. We even have a little bit of a raid boss, Shiro's an armored P250. Oodles of util for Hobbit to play with, even getting that Molotov on the pistol. Let's see how things shape up. 1xBet gives Gambit a clear edge, and understandably so, 1-0 up in our best of 5.
We're looking to see if OG have any fight in the tank. We know map 1 was competitive, but we need to see that continue consistently here. Now, what if they game planned as Mantu already being forced on away from short, run on down, quick little hinge smoke thrown out. Nafany establishing control, and Axel, well, he's just completely taken long.
Yeah, take it for free. And that's the info that they're likely set up on short. Whoa, Nafany, he just swings straight in, and the first bullets out of the USP. Mantu's done a lot there. Alexi might have to give up the sight, but unchecked for now. Valda making a meal of it, finds the head eventually. They're staring at him. That's the raid boss, Shiro. His P250's not working either. Trying to reload. His Inters actually mollies him out, but they do line up. And OG will take the pistol of map 2.
Okay, big stuff there. And Mantu, again, just getting off to an absolute flyer here. That is great signs, especially for a map like Dust 2. His AWP on this CT side, instrumental for them finding picks. So very, very good scenes. And an explosive one to kick things off. So, look, it's not only just for the confidence. You lost that map, you come in, you win the pistol, setting yourself up pretty. Will it be a Gambit full eco? Is looking likely. Little detail in that last round was how Axel used his own decoy, right? I'm normally quite critical of decoys on the pistol. Like, why would we spend that extra 50 bucks? He's used his decoys twice on these pistol rounds to great success. He used the one just then out long to help mask footsteps for him to run in towards pit, right? And then on, I think it was Mirage, he used it as a fake flash to get that kill over towards CT. So good to see it getting used.
That's true, yeah. 2 for 2 on successful decoys.
Close towards mid doors here. Inters has some util. Looks like he's going for the hinge smoke again, but if they use this to get short control, it's going to be Glocks up short. That doesn't sound like a very good recipe for anything, let alone a round win. So through the smoke, they're going to pop. Flashed out. Nico to receive, and he's already ready for this. Got the first onto Hobbit. He's flashed back, but he should be able to pump this one up easily. The dink is good. Nico's M4 better. And it is just Inters and Axel to find now, both with Glocks. If they get a kill, I'll call that a success in a 2-on-5. My peppering going on. Mantu now doesn't want to overextend here just in case, but there we go. One more to find. Axar just so annoying. Like that mosquito around your head at bedtime.
Get under the covers.
I try that, and then I get really hot.
Yeah.
So that's the problem with Summer.
I get to the point where I just want to... I actually have opened up the Amazon app and started making an order for the little bats.
While you're in bed?
While I'm in bed, and then I wake up and I haven't followed through.
And then you regret it.
No, because the quantity is like 3 or 4 now in the basket. Like
okay,
4 times I've been
up.
at my breaking point. I just never pulled the trigger.
I hate it when obviously you're asleep and you maybe wake up, you whack it, and then you wake up in the morning, there's like blood on your pillow or something because you've killed the mosquito next to you.
Oh, no, that does sound quite horrifying, really. Just a reminder of your darkest moment from the night before. Murder, cold-blooded murder.
Guns are out here. Flames securing long doors. How's Alexi and Mantu overseeing? And we're seeing more of this default 3 players through the tunnels. Nafany and Hobbit. It always seems to be the in-game leader and a mad fragger holding each other's hands to secure this mid-doors presence. Xbox has been mounted, and well, neither team have a Scopy boy. No scouts, no warps, no wargs, and no Kriegs. And this could look great for a Gambit A explode. They have all the nades they want for an A execute, maybe lacking Molotovs to deal with a few of those ramp and goose positions.
I mean, looking at Alexi's position, I imagine he's going to respond with util of his own.
Yeah, try and close the gap with util.
Yeah, they are swinging in. Oh, the incendiary. Body blocked by Hobbit is extinguished. He's tagged up. And a CT smoke from Alexi that might keep them back from trying to break Goose. He wants to dunk on that Gandalf player. Oh, well played. Alexi's surely got Hobbit there. Damage onto Shiro as well. Such a good read from Alexi. And that smoke alone has kept them so busy. Now peeking around it. And catching another. Big plays from Alexi. He's locking it down, and they will take the round. OG spotless on this bonus defense.
I think Axar will just go for the save here. Long doors, we know he loves to patrol this late. Has one of the harder positions on the default, and then still somehow managed to find so much impact. Those AKs are being picked up, so this couldn't have gone better for OG, really. You can see them in the site just exchanging guns. MP9s turn into AK-47s. And here is the save, just going to peter out here towards the blue bin position. 5 seconds left and a 3-0 start, and this is great stuff from OG. Alexi B in the early stages of their CT defense as well on Mirage. He had that big 3K round around that connector smoke where he managed to take down Hobbit as it faded. Well, this here doing it alone again, and we get our smoke vision. Nade getting skittled on through, and Hobbit blown out of the server. Now, this is where OG are looking prime to grab themselves a 4th round, but Shiro's actually completely force spot here. Nafany's into a Galil. Never mind, this is going to be a difficult round. It's a force buy completely. Hobbit's held on to a little bit of cash, but everybody else is investing, and the buy over there for OG is deadly. We're talking AKs, M4, and a Galil. They have all the util. They all have kits. They've all got head armor.
This bodes so well for OG. Part of my belief, or the flowchart to me believing in OG in this grand final, is them getting like a big lead. If they go toe-to-toe with Gambit, as we saw on Mirage, it does tend to end in favor of that more seasoned and world #1. But a strong start, get a big cushion of rounds to play with. And don't forget, OG's T-side pretty damn potent here on Dust 2. Down mid they go. Completely uncontested. It's just Nico taking glances from B. And that may not be a problem, considering the current format of Gambit. They are strolling to test the B site. Valda's on the jiggle in the smoke. Keep it X-ray off. He does spot them as they swing, and that will be enough to pull the smoke immediately.
You can always wait this one out here. They have the perfect formation, or at least they did. Alexi's now cheated over towards CT spawn to help out with the mid to B.
Alexi off the flash. He knows where you are. And Nafany isolated. First frag of round 4, and with 30 seconds left, they have no option but to commit B. It has to be B. Flash through the new skyboxes. Alexi, those flip doors enabling an incendiary to take now. Oh, perfect timing. What do they do?
Save.
Really?
Yeah, they will. This is a Gambit classic, right? They won't have a buy in the next round if they were all to go down here, right? So they're just going to hold on to what they've got. And Hobbit going to really try and get this Galil. What a brave man. He's gone through the doors. He's actually going to get away. Hobbit, you miracle worker. How's he done that? Snatched it right under the nose.
Nothing but a Glock, dude. And he comes out, takes the Galil. It cost them nothing that round. And the Force is not punished. And not at all. OG will happily take a 4th.
no complaints there. I think the closest they got to the site was as that smoke was dropped on tons. And there goes Gambit's first tactical timeout.
Okay, well, they get max loss bonus in the next round, 3,400. But the problem is, because Nafany and Hobbit are the only ones with any cash to their name right now, they're the only two that are going to have a full buy next round. So the question is, does Nafany want to invest again here with another Galil and util with armor? Hobbit can upgrade, he can get some util as well. And then this buy actually starts to look pretty good. We're talking 4 rifles and a scout. So it's really serviceable if they go for the full invest. Nafany's bought on in. There we go. So they are committing to this, and it's the right call. You know, you see that late, and you're like, oh, man, the save, it sucks. But otherwise, we wouldn't be seeing this. And maybe now they can continue to be threatening or at least show something more potent than what we saw in round number 4, because it was just flat. 3 smokes, 3 flashes, a molly, and a HE. Now you just have to make this T-side work as shots through the door. Shiro not connecting early. A nade towards back account will not tag anybody up. And Axile's being sent out long here to find a kill. Got some info on that jump peak. I think that's enough for Mantu and Flames. They don't need to mess around with that funny business. Throw out their own utility. Nafany working on mid doors again. And Alexi's here to greet him one more time.
Proactive from Long. Good to see. It means that Mantu will be able to monitor short.
Still doesn't have the AWP. That's, you know, curious. We're 5 rounds in. He's got so much cash for it. He's just keeping with his AK. There's no need to go for the upgrade. Oh, and they're out.
They're just taking the fight, and it's worked wonders. Axel takes the frag. Smoking car to keep their attention drawn, and Mantu has found at least the headshot. They'll start to advance now. Contact to be taken simultaneously up the elevator position. Nico taking off Axel's head. It's Hobbit's spray. Galil works well. And now 1 man up against 2. Shiro and Inters to play the afterplan. It's Valda crawling into Shiro's line of sight. Spots him, executes him, and he thinks he's short. Will he work out and consider CT? Inters hasn't made a peep. Valda's still staring at it. Inters working on ramp. He doesn't react, and that's it. Gambit will finally post their first. It took them 5 attempts. First T round under their belt, but look at the finances. I mean, this is what you've been talking about, Chad. It made sense, certainly, but it's going to be a similar kind of buy into the next.
Yeah, flush for cash for OG, but Gambit, even with the plant, it's going to get a little bit dicey. So Scout again for Shiro, won't be able to contest the AWP. And what's interesting here is Inter's kept his cool. A lot of players in that position would jump and try and take the fight and make it awkward. He believed in his heart of hearts that Volder was going to fake there, and he was right. He was bang on. That gave him the buffer to come around and get the kill. So a big one for Inters to win, and oh, that shot not too far off there.
Well, they won the previous with a buy just like this. Let's see if they can do it again.
Just trying to dissuade Axel at long feels like such a mission for that pick control. So Flames is across again. And they're working on short one more time. This time they have util to make this one work. Hobbit's sound cue will be heard. Alexi's molly landing and more util being called on out. They're getting aggressive.
Yeah, they are. They're thinking about it at least. Shiro does have a scout, but Flames, I'd fancy his chances here. He knows Shiro's there, sees his arm, peeks in for the head. Mantu dropped off. This could be a problem. They're swarming the site. That's a great incendiary. They'll burn. They're burning. Forced back, and site control is maintained. A smoke to follow. Perfect response. OG, damage control complete.
This is some fantastic CT work. I don't know what the cue was to completely give up long there, but the info play for sure. It's unraveled Gambit's rounds, and now they're just walking around like headless chooks. Low HP, do they go for another save? That loss bonus is looking pretty good for the other two who are already in the grave. But they are going to try A again, and they're knocking on the right door. It is just Alexi top site here. He's out of nades, and he has no teammates around.
Stands and delivers! Commits to the spray. Hobbit's head rolls. And Inters, perhaps his eyes do, as he's faced with an impossible 1v4. Bullets from every direction. Poor soul. He does take off Mantu's head. The AWP likely to be maintained. OG 5, Gambit 1. 3 grand in the bank as well. OG looking to get off to a flyer here on their map.
Okay, well, Gambit, maybe you stop with the funny business on these cheeky buys and take a bit of a save here, get all the goodies out, give Shiro his big green. And get the game plan underway here. This one's running away from them. Well handled by OG just throughout that round, and really, really good stuff to see. And the bounce back for map number 2. Do have the scout, do have the deagles, got the smoke for Nafany, and They won a round like this over there on Mirage. It was with Nafany taking a lot of space, so I think we need to keep our eyes on the in-game leader to see what needle he can thread. So he's out mid again, and he's yet to find a frag. He has that single smoke. He's dipped on in out of sight right now. Great weapon for the job here for Valda.
Oh, and he just places his head right in the crosshair. Shiro reveals there's more to it. Valda posted up. Don't know if they can break him. Mantu's tested as well. No issues. Oh, this one's fallen apart for Gambit. This half investment. Nico, just a shooting gallery for him. He knows exactly where you're coming from. It's Valda to shut it down. And just like that, a sixth is found, a Gambit and middle. So it's like, it's a passive mid setup from OG, but so far it's not been required to be anything more.
This is just classic Dust 2. What OG are doing now is the classic Dust 2. All right, we go for the... It's not classic in the little moves they're doing to force, say, back that long pressure, and those little details are a bit different. But, Axel, how much you got for us here, mate? It's not looking good. And there it is. With the long control, then you drop back, you get a player over towards the ramp or mid-long, then the other individual, which is normally Alexi, gets to float. The B defense can stay passive on the site. They can hold on to their util, their nades, to make sure against mid to Bs, they either smoke the doors late, they smoke tunnels late. We're just seeing standard stuff done really well. I think that's the biggest takeaway here. OG are doing everything by the book, and they're making it look pretty. But here we go. Finally, the first real full buy for Gambit, and we're into round number 8. The AWP's out, the AK's too, and Hobbit barreling down mid. Uh-oh. He's got a couple on the other side. Alexi's close.
That was retro as well to see the HE's used to mask the cross. No smoke to be exploited by anything fast. Ooh, Flames knocked off. He thought he'd saved, or at least secured that part of short with his Molotov, but disrespected. Hobbit runs straight through for an opener. And there's more to come. Nico caught out as well. This is what Gambit were waiting for. And Mantu, he is going to go aggressive. Hiding right in front of Hobbit. If he pulls the pin, he may fall.
Better if he pulls the trigger right now.
Oh, what was that? Hobbit does work it out. Just sniffs him out. Feels a bit suspicious of the smoke. Mantu forced to drop. And Gambit, they're not ones to let these advantages, two-man advantages, slip away.
They're going to feel that B. Oh my god. Whoa, on the flash. That is so quick.
Just a reaction speed test at that point. Alexi will get a free B. Maybe another. Oh, Valda dinked. Nafany down to 2. But now the B site is open for business. I'm surprised they're not regrouping there. They are now. Could have been a different round and Valda doubled up. But Nafany smoking the doors has locked it down. Alexi's completely disconnected and will just stomach this one.
Axel wants to hunt this. You can see already locking down that blue pin position. So if Alexi does want to leave this, he now has to worry about anybody peeking out the doors or maybe aggressive from that B site who could be watching his CT escape. And Axel's coming. He's just creeping on up. Well, I say that. He's probably going to hit pause now for the next 20 seconds. Where's that AWP dropped exactly? Can we get a little cam on that in towards middle? Because if it blows back, maybe that is what Alexi's hoping for by hanging around. The AWP getting blown in his direction. No, it's not going to matter. They're coming in from all angles.
Oh, it might work out. Yeah, hang on.
Where's that AWP?
He's looking for it. Would rather survive. Can't fault him there.
Okay, well handled, and a lot of damage done to the economy here. I don't think Gambit could really, or normally you wouldn't want to risk those type of rifles going down because now they're still a little bit flat as far as the economy is concerned. They can buy, they're just not working on a bank, right? You're not getting that residual into the bank balance. The reinvestment is huge into a round like this, and they're not working with a lot. So loss bonus starting to tick on up now for OG, but plenty of cash for another buy. And Hobbit again, the hero of last round with that fast opener towards short, is tasked with holding middle. Hashiro and Overwatch, Axel doing what he does best, and another standard round of Counter-Strike, but maybe this is where it changes. Mantu posted up aggressive towards B.
Yeah, they were trying to bait him in with the steps of Nico. Inters did not fall for that. And we've seen Flames in his hijinks on long. Great deep nade will actually chip away at Axel. Here's the AWP. And there goes Inters. No trade potential whatsoever. That is a lockdown. Okay. Man advantage, OG. Don't really need to move many pieces of the puzzle just yet. Hobbit's on a little lone wolf mission here. As it fades, he was just hoping to find an entry, and there's nothing. Oh, just a glimpse at the head of Alexi, and he's just spurred into the site. He's got his teammates behind him. They're going for it. Just walking on in. Perfect pop flash. Nafany, no vision. And Gambit, no trade. Now Axel puts one in the feed, closing the gap. Hobbit has a smoke. If he could just clear ramp, he will drop it, and he has taken down Alexi. Smoke to follow. 3v3, will they contest the plant? It's a fake. Up on the box, Hobbit is found. Oh, Flames playing with fire. It's only Shiro. He's hiding on the site. He's lost his teammate now. Shiro's AK, one, not the second. Nico, too good. Okay, OG. Solid attempt from Gambit to at least try and level the odds, just walking on into it. It's Hobbit, the entry fragger, that gives it a go. But Finances, again, feeling pretty woeful. And that's the opening frag that locked it down.
I'm loving the versatility of the OG CT side here. This is great stuff. It's just the info plays, the little maneuvers around the map to deal with this default for that of Gambit, and they're going to take yet another timeout. So right now we've got Nafany on one frag. He's normally that in-game leader to find space, and a bigger omission is Axel with two. Now, it's not to say the rest of the team here are pumping as far as the kill department goes. Everyone's being kept very, very quiet for Gambit right now. But maybe a little bit more pep in the step in terms of a faster mid-pop, or looking to see if they can go for an eco round with some pace, right? But if they go for an eco round with some pace and they just get locked out and shut down, that might scare them away from more aggressive moves later as the tail end of this half is continuing. Axel's actually gone into an AK with head armor. 3,400 next round, so he will have enough to buy. There's no dramas there. But what can he get done with that? Because around him is just upgraded pistols. Hobbit's lonesome towards mid. It's an actual more of a stack towards the B side of the map here. Nico close doors. Nico with... Okay, never mind. Mansu with the AWP is where I was going with that, but they're into B.
They are, and he's so blind. He still unloads his mag. He's just hidden away. Counter flash comes in. That's Axel's AK gone. Perfect defense. 5 still alive. Not a point of damage done to anyone but Mantu.
How often do you see this scoreline against Gambit?
I know, but I mean, how much of this is a product of just OG doing everything to completely lock it? Like, Axel is the long lurk, right? We've seen how consistently Flames has just been able to maintain that part of the map. Normally, it's a component of their classic default.
Yeah, I think just the fact that even his aggressive maneuvers of either jump picking or getting flashed in, that means that Axel can't leave because they have to be worried about a push. So it's almost neutralizing him just by keeping him in his default position, not allowing him to be flexible. Oh, they're creeping through this one. Nafany's thinking about it.
Walking through a smoke, though, when you're already down 8-2, I'm not so sure. Takes balls. You'd rather stick around as it fades and going for that contact play. Alexi, laden with util. He will likely use something. They may swing upon that. He does too. The counter flash is there, but Nafany still punishing. Gets the frag, drops the cross smoke, and it's just Nico. This has to be a Gambit round. There's one man against an entire squad. A smoke keeps them at bay for now. Nico, what are you supposed to do? Axel's going to go and make space. Evades the flash, and Axel does pip the gap. Call the save. Call it now. Hunt on from Nafany.
Oh, he's hearing some steps there. He can call that they're scurrying towards long. So Hobbit is already going back through backyard. He'll be able to get towards T-spawn. There's no need for OG to push any further than the long doors, right? They could boost up in the box in the heart. They can have somebody out towards the pit. And yeah, they're doing exactly that. So this is easy to fortify. But Gambit knew immediately where they were saving. So the questions of where do we have to look, that's been done. Where's Waldo? No worries about that one.
No way he's pre-aiming that. Oh, dropped off.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Very lucky from Waldo there. Don't think Gambit are going to get stuck into this. They'll probably just allow OG to hold on to their guns. And that's more due to their economic situation as opposed to that of OG. So bomb goes off, third round now, and let's see how far Gambit can grind themselves back in towards this T-half. They're yet to post 2 consecutive rounds. It's been sporadic. Round number 5, they've been able to get in with a round, and since then, it's been spotty. So OG are doing a good job of bouncing back and then extending. So let's see if they can bounce back again. We've only got a couple more rounds of play here left to go. Round number 12 about to start.
Just jiggling to make sure there's no early push to that lower tunnels. Keeps Inters and Nafni and Shiro all covered on their focus towards that B site. Very early smoke into the tuns, so I'll use that as a cue to start looking elsewhere.
Yeah, this is more like a chess game, the way that this T side is really playing out here. You can really see how they're pushing each other around the map, how OG have studied the tendencies.
Oh, Mantu has turned the flash, and Nico is alongside. He was alongside. He's been caught by Hobbit. Nice play again from the veteran. And if he peeks back in, oh, an unsuspecting victim, but doesn't fall. It was Axar with the movement. Mantu unable to track him. They're up short as well, and this is the right call. Gambit have got a real good opportunity. Mantu got tagged on the cross back. Inter's loud about his Tun's presence. They smoke him off for now. Great util from OG. That's forced them back around. Floating in mid. Lots of audibles for Alexi. He's hearing all of this.
He might be fast on the flank here, Alexi.
Too easy for Shiro. And now Valda, the biggest test of all, baited to perfection, and the save call is made. Gambit finding a weakness on that B site.
Oh, is he going through?
Why would he? That's not Shiro.
He's got him locked in. He's stuck over towards elevator.
He truly cannot leave.
Just to hope the fight comes to him here. And Axel still has the long push, so taking these guns away could be massive. It's enough money for 2 or 3 of the OG players to buy next round, but if they lose these guns, it might be one of those save calls. We've seen how funky they operate when they do have a couple of guns left over, and the loss bonus is bottom of the barrel. 1900 into the next. Flames with a chance. Doesn't convert. Nafani gets his 3rd kill right now, and it's just this man to AWP.
He's dead.
The Axel swing. It could come in with the bomb explosion, and the long push is coming in as well. 3 players from Gambit hunting.
So he's going to sit blue bin. They're going to clear him.
Axel's going to get him through the door, surely.
4 of them arriving, all with intent to kill, and OG are sent right back into a tougher time. I mean, 3 of them around that 3 to 2K mark. You can see that bait, horrible, horrible to handle as you start to commit to your spray. Clawing themselves back into a point of contention now, and this will probably spell 5.
This is the thing with the 2.5 loss bonus next round. You've got 7.8 grand on Mantu.
Right.
Now imagine if Mantu just went, I'm going to glass cannon boss, right? Next round he gets 2,400. We're going to be...
It's rifles.
Oh, he's not going to do it. I won't even bother. I won't even bother flirting with the idea. I just wanted to see, you know, them throw something a bit of a curveball, but the game plan's working great. They've won the half OG,
yeah, and you've
right?
also been very critical of OG's financial decisions at other times.
Yeah.
So, let's keep that glass cannon hero moment. It would have spelled into an M4 after. I see what you were thinking, but we get Armored Deagles instead.
He's just loving it, though. He's got 11 kills. Alexi up to 11 here as well. Valda with 9, 8 for Nico. Flames still having a rough go of it, but he's been anchoring long, right? He hasn't had a lot of action. I don't think Axel's pushed out long other than the pistol round and that one round where he hunted Alexi, or tried to. And they are stacking 4 players, 4 CTs over towards the A site. There was no fast indication from Gambit out, and Hobbit just continues to get all this space to work with on his own, just on the jiggles. They're actually going to flash and push here. Mantu does have one. Look at Hobbit's awareness. He's already pivoted back around the corner, so if the flash was popping in, it's not going to do a lot.
Ooh, info. He's keeping him busy. They're trying to run him down, but he just greets them with the spray. Shiro backup arrives just in time. Gambit not going to give him an inch here. Nah.
Everyone is so ready for those tricks now, right?
Yeah.
Like, there being the little smoke rascals that's been going on for the last few years is something that people are well aware of. Like, they don't allow any of those tricks to be pulled. And now with the scoreline 8-5, guns come back out for OG, but Gamba, if they claw this one back, and they've done it just through the defaults with slight variations now, right? They haven't been changing up a whole lot. They've been given more opportunities to find opening kills, and Hobbit has been a big contributor in that. 3-man B lane again, so Alexi, Nico, Valda over towards the B site. Alexi just being a nuisance around the doors. Flames and Mantu locking down.
Oh my god, Nafani just ran straight in, and Hobbit again with the trade. Valda, if he falls, he needs a frag. He needs one. It's his teammate to bail him out. Alexi with the frag and now enters on the retreat. Over the smoke, nothing to confirm. Commitment to B. But damn, Gambit, you're just saying that they've done nothing out of the standard, and that completely throws the rulebook out the window.
Yeah, that surprised me because I'm just expecting the 3-man, lower dark, kind of slow trundle. I guess Alexi was ready for that because he was already over towards the site. So they've one-upped them here, and now Axel gets a look in. He's been bought some space at long, needs to make that AK work. Mantu and Flames, do they want to retake space?
Feels like they do, dude. And flashbangs are at a premium. Oh, and they eat them. There's a chance for double, and Axel's opened up the round. Just like that, it's gone completely backwards. Upside down, back to front. Shiro's ready for Alexi, and Gambit have ruined OG's chances. It was a complete B lockout. Heart-wrencher. That's 6 now for Gambit, a comfortable one, and that puts OG right back where they started. 3 grand in the bank, final round of the half. We're looking at another 8-7 here, Chad.
That's a picture-perfect pace change, right? Like, just how much that did. There has been no early indications towards long or B. It's just been all through the mid, all through short. And you can just see what that's done to OG. They bit so hard. There was such a massive gap left in this scenario, and the Dak-Daks come out. The punishment will continue. Alexi with the scout peppered. Fight them, fight them. The Dak-Daks are getting it done.
I haven't seen a successful double Dak-Dak in some time. Both bodies dropped. Alexi and Mantu in the salt mines now. Valda punishes the space taker that was Inters, and now Nico
You've got 3 AWPs.
and Valda. They're getting Danish for this last one.
Okay. What are you meant to do here? They can just pause out and wait for the pushes to come to them, or they can regroup and trade out. Either way, this spells the 7th for Gambit, unless these Danes have something up their sleeve.
Quick, efficient execution. 3 coming into Nico. And he has at least contributed a little. 8-7, we'll call it there. Great comeback, though, from Gambit, the strongest of starts from OG. Will they be able to topple them and level out this grand final 1-1? It's all smiles. We'll see if they continue into the second half.
We need to improve everything, like always. It's like hard way to be in playoffs in every tournament, so we just need to improve everything. And everything what we planned is working really good.
I feel like in terms of prep, I think we are trying to add very basic stuff to our game all the time, not to make it too complicated. And apart from that, I feel like it's a lot about like listening to what Alexi is calling and then like sticking to the game plan we have and the rules we have. I think if we go too much off script, it can be hard for us at times. But yeah, as long as we like stick to the game plan and we have good comms, then I feel like we're on point.
OG do have the slightest of leads coming into our Dust 2. Second map of the Grand Finals for IEM Summer, and they're up against it. They're up against it. It is it. Gambit. And we're going to be seeing if they can continue to do damage. It was a competitive half all the way through. OG with a strong start. They did win the pistol. We'll see if they can get 2 for 2 as we start off with their first T round. Let's get into it. Gambit on the defense. And Nafany looking for early action. I've seen him do this an awful lot. He likes to contest early on doors. Shiro just brings the fight to short. And Flames looking for a bit of a start. It's going to be Nico, the armored P250, that starts off proceedings in favor of OG. He's not stopping either. Pop flash, takes space. Nafany condemned to CT, but with back's turned. It's Exile's turn. He can't get more. Oh! What a shot from Exile! Round defining. And he'll finish with the 4th. God damn, get out of his sight. Get out of his server.
Have you ever seen anything like it? This kid is able to produce time and time again. He is a beast.
I don't understand.
Give it to us again.
Lovely. Better. Nonsense. Next. Oh, Mantu just feels like a tit. What are you supposed to do? He did everything right. You just can't push him off the angle.
You can see the reaction there. This is the best team in the world. They're reacting to that play. That is massive.
I've never seen anything quite like that. Whew. Isolating his angle, just so aware of where that crosshair needed to be, dude.
Oh, they've taken a timeout just to calm the boys down. All right, guys. Yep, that was sick. Everyone give him the fist bumps. We'll all get excited about that one, but let's turn our attention to the game here, because leveled up, 8-8, okay. Well, it was 5 in a row for Gambit to get to the 8-7, still in favor of OG. Now that's 6 on the trot, and it's the pistol, so they've split pistols here. OG look like they're taking a full save. Oh, and gonna give us an extra moment just to calm things down. All right, Axel. Okay, mate.
I mean, I've seen him take over games before. Maybe we get another full. Like, that's going to definitely get the juices flowing in the right direction for another Axile takeover.
Yeah, we're getting the perfect recipe for Gambit at the moment in terms of the distribution, right? Like, as we mentioned, it's great when Nafany has one of those pop-off games. I think like Vertigo yesterday had one of those. But when Axile and Shiro are having both mammoth performances, what are you meant to do? Look at that, wrecked. Another clean one. 5 alive, sitting pretty. Not a single T-side kill to cut. Oh no, wait, they're going on Pistora. I'm still blown away by that pistol round there. Okay.
Yeah, they actually got the entry. Remember Nico?
That's right. Yeah.
It was all looking so good.
I completely forgot.
It was all looking so good, dude.
All right. Well, OG are buying no AWP. Going to be scout for Mantu instead. Let's see if he can make that one sing. Shiro's upgraded his.
He's going to peek it, isn't he? Yep, he is. Oh dear, Mantu even pulled the trigger first. Shiro's AWP's just a little more expensive. Scout tag through the doors. Insufficient. Oh, just as you get into your first buy round on the T side as well, and you've lost Mantu's Overwatch.
And that's the thing, right? That scout purchase is to try and stop exactly that. When you go into that round as Gambit, you have a pretty good idea that there's no AWP on the other side, right? Actually, almost guaranteed, unless they decided to eco and pistol or something wild, right? So that's why they're more confident to go for a fight like that. You don't see the CTs often taking duels like that anymore, especially so deep towards T spawn. Now we do still have 2 players, Nafany and Inters over towards the side, and Inters loves this box. Nafany will get to alley-oop him here with some util if required. But OG are kind of moving around the map now as an organism.
Axile has cleared all of mid.
Yeah, so they're pinned. They know this is coming. Axile just has to survive. Hobbit can even cheat on over if he would like.
He's waiting for the Q. Like, as soon as Inters communicates steps, oh, Axile's coming fast, low tons, and they're blinded.
Oh,
now
no.
is the time to strike. Here comes Axile. A second for him already. The round falls apart. They're spurred into Inters, and he'll finish with pizzazz. Gambit make a upgrades and a 10th on the board.
I don't know if this is confirmation bias or my eyes are starting to deceive me or whatever, but in the last couple of days that Gambit have been playing, I feel like they've started to go for more of these aggressive CT maneuvers. And I don't know if that's the next play that this team is about to bring out. More now that they're so solid in their defaults and their holds and their protocols, now they can start throwing in a bit of that flair, right?
Well, I mean, how many times, I mean, if Axel got that info 6 months ago, he might have just stayed top mid-box.
Yeah, normally, right, you'd be yelling, just play to contain, but he's playing for punishment right now, just dismantling OG as they're back down to these pistols. We're talking 8 rounds now straight for Gambit unanswered. Looking likely to be 9 here as well. Up short, into Hobbit, into Axel. How many more kills are you going to give him?
Hobbit might steal them from him. Solid finds. He's ready to unload his mag. 2 will have to do. Takes cover. It's Axel's turn. Tested now. Alexi, first victim. More to go. Actually, OG have opened up the site. It's only Nafny that can voice a concern, and now his head has rolled 2. Bomb now down. OG looking to give Gambit 1 back. Recovered rifle. Mantu might want to throw that to Nico unless he can find one of his own. 17 bullets already. Comes preloaded. Shiro's flanking them though, and they're not ready for an AWP on long. Nico's just going to be a sitting duck. And a quick adjustment puts Mantu and his 16 HP AK into question. He'd love to steal this one away. Hiding in that blind spot. Trying to deal with these 2 different duels, 2 different angles. It's just too much for him. So Gambit will make it 11 and continue this run of rounds transcending the side switch.
It's crazy. Imagine if they just clean sheet it now, because it was so competitive early. It was almost one-way traffic. We were talking about splotchy rounds. Scoreline was looking at 8-2, and now we're at 8-11. So that puts it in a bit more context, I think, is just how dominant this spree of 11 rounds has been. And a lot of them have been with not too many deaths at all. You look at the tail end of that first half, those 5 rounds, they lost a total of 4 players over 5 rounds. Now in the second, we're looking at 5 in the next 4. So, looking immortal. Gambit at the moment, strength to strength. And now we get into the gun rounds here. The AWP is out for Mantu, so likely to see that Shiro mid-swing. Going through the default, same as what you were seeing out of Gambit. Flames and Alexi close mid doors. Valda anchor position. Overwatch from that Mantu AWP. Nico anchoring down long and, dark.
Flames straight through the molly, and it's given him a lot of space. Shiro actually dropped off there. Oh, and Hobbit. Crosshair was on his head, but he pulls the trigger first, and so another opening. Gambit, man advantage, round 20, and it could very well spell trouble for OG.
Yeah, I think they're really trying to hype Flames up with some confidence, go for those kind of plays, take those kind of risks, but he's fallen flat again and having a rough go of it here on Dust 2 as well.
Look at the timing. Valda's just given up the angle. He's just given up the angle, and somehow Axel's spidey senses are tingling, and he's about to ruin OG's day, maybe even their week. They'll be thinking about this flank for the days to come. Not again. He strikes, and as he does, Hobbit takes the swing from CT. It's just so horrible to play against. Just as you looked away. And they'll take it. It's like Gambit can manufacture and control Counter-Strike timing. Like they're not airbenders or firebenders, they're Counter-Strike timing benders.
Normally we talk about it, right? And it's like, oh, this split second, he's just missed him around the corner. They're getting all of these. They're pulling them off. And I think there's obviously, right, there's no secret in how they're doing it. They're making sure that the information is so well known across the map at all times. Their communication and their CT setups must be on point, because that's the only way plays like this are facilitated. Right, the blind spots, there's not many of them. Right, as soon as Axel walks out and doesn't see anything, well, we're running out of options of places that OG can be hiding.
Oh, yeah.
This one is a bit of a yikes now, as there's another timeout taken. Enough money to go for a buy. They do have some long spawns here. Maybe that's what OG need to go for. We were talking about it with Gambit when they were starting to get left in the dust. Maybe OG adding a bit of pace into the mix here.
No, not to be. Not using those spawns at all. In fact, quite the opposite. We're going to see Xbox smoke from Valda. Try and condition with some long util as well. Axel reports nothing.
Hobbit's already in CT, so they can have 2 on the B bomb site with Nafany and Inters immediately, and Hobbit can babysit the doors. So no matter what Alexi is called here, there was going to be 3 players, well, 2 with an early responder, very quick. It's going to look like a full exec onto this B site. Nafany back a plat. Here we go.
Hobbit's on his way. The cavalry will be there. Doors have swapped. Hobbit takes contact. They all do. Look at the health. Oh, OG just evaporate out of the round. There's nothing left of them. Alexi's got an arm hanging off, and the nades and bullets synchronize again. In a symphony of misery for OG.
What's Mantu meant to do? This is like a just a Randy smoke. Stay away,
please.
They're getting read like a book right now, OG.
Yeah,
There's no other way to put it. They're absolutely getting booked in this one. This is perfect.
8-2, Chadney.
Yeah.
8-2 the score at one point in this game. 10 rounds in a row from Gambit across 2 halves. And don't forget how the pistol started.
Axel's pushing again. Oh, just cleaning it up. Look at this go.
They got 4 AK-47s. They got the AWP, and they're closing in on max money on some of their individuals. So, elsewhere on the OG camp, they're looking under the sofa cushions, and they've found some Tech 9s and a couple of nades. It's not going to be fun.
How many more options do they have, right? Sure, it hasn't felt like a lot of gun rounds. It really hasn't. We're only 6 rounds into this second half, but what are they meant to opt for? No matter what they've done, Gambit have had the right answer.
Smoke the door's a bit different. It will stop any info plays, and very early smoke, they're going through it. Intis is ready, trying to unload the mag. He has flubbed a little. Nafany ready for the cross. His spray does connect onto Valder, and now with the smoke up, he still finds another head. Bomb plant, just something.
He's going in.
He wants to go in, just the USP. Doesn't even want to deliver a weapon. He is feeling himself. And here they come, another executed. Nafany with 4, give him the ace. Let him have it, he's dropped into the site. And Nico looking to come up clutch. Another 3 to find. Axel, wasn't looking. Nico needs to finish his meal, does so. Shiro's his next victim, and if only he could have got that Deagle out in time. Oh gee, just a small glimmer of hope, but it's very short-lived. 14 now for Gambit. Nico double killed on the defense, but all his teammates just disintegrating. We'll see how Nafany really did just take this whole team down 1 by 1. Here's the third. Oof, flames.
Oh, great stuff from Nafany. Nico's almost pulled this off, and I actually think that Nico's had some really quiet games for OG. He hasn't necessarily been needed or hasn't had huge impact. Here he's leading 16 kills. So having impact, but not able to secure them around like that. And here we go again. The default spread. Nothing outside of the box. So this will be their last real chance that they could go for this type of a round. Hello. Oh, okay.
Haven't seen one of them from OG in a while. An opening frag.
Missed smoke. Couple of issues.
Very awkward. Elevated on the box, and he just finds Alexi straight through. Flames again. Okay. Double frag. He loses his teammate Mantu to trade close quarters. This is weird, but it does spell an OG round and a first for the second half.
Axel might find Nico here. He's just tucked into this hard left angle. And I can see Gambit maybe having a look in here if Axel can get into dark, but it's a very hard clear on his left. Give it a chance. He's got the kill. They could be on for this now.
He's starting to apply the pressure. Mantu saves him.
Okay, well, that was the only option, because look where Shiro is.
Yeah.
Didn't completely take note that he's decided to go around the world as well. So this is just punishment. If they try and exit through tunnels, more economical damage done. Oof, and Mantu doesn't look away. So Bodyguard's Flames, who showed up with 2 massive kills. They needed that, but they need so much more of it. Those 4 kills are now 6. We need to see that become 15 if we want this to be looking anything like an OG comeback. Double AWPs immediately pulled out for Gambit in response here as well.
Yeah, and potentially the worst spawns you could have for anything towards long. I mean, I haven't seen a whole team spawn this close to B in some time. Not ideal.
Just having a sip of the tea there on Alexi.
It's a thinking man's game. Got to have his tea. Nafany's learned from his previous engagement. He's actually opted for the double AWP this time, so he'll be much more passive, less pushed up on that mid-hold, still serving the same purpose. And control is starting to be procedurally taken. Mantu posted up for this. He can bodyguard anyone that wants to move up Xbox sans smoke. And they're up. Okay. Couple of these building blocks falling into place. Flash up, and it looks quick. At least that smoke is very quick. What are you up to, Flames? What are you up to? Jumps for info, confirms no one's actively holding. Can suspect, or at least assume, there's an AWP in play. And yeah, that's enough of a trajectory to understand at least where Shiro's playing from. It's only Flames making noise, though, so there's a lot of unconfirmed presence from OG. And here comes the second wave. The Vanguard smokes. And fast, Flames trying to get across, but it's Shiro immediately shut down just prior to the flash pop. Make sure Flames has nothing left to contribute. Hobbit does. Another frag. OG just 3 remaining as the bomb goes down. A retake for Gambit. And Hobbit's doing it all on his own. He's so far ahead of the pack. Big find from Alexi. Trade is there. And now Valda, man against everyone, to fight off and fend off 15. So many problems. There goes the final frag. It falls into place for Gambit. Not too much sweat on the brow. And thanks to Hobbit.
Yeah, it's crazy that they just left him there. So, no, Hobbit, best of luck to you, mate. Shiro immediately moves to lockdown long. Axel starts to slink on up, but Hobbit with a lot of responsibility left over. And yeah, just timing it there, Shiro, perfectly. The flashes, it felt like they were never coming. Flames had made it so deep before we had even seen Shiro be a little bit pestered. And that's it, 15 on the board, 1 more round required. OG with the plant, they can fight again, but that was one of the better looking defaults they've done. You're right with those building blocks. They were actually given the real estate on the map they need to go for that kind of a maneuver. Not sure if Gambit are going to allow that one more time. And in these first 20, 25 seconds, 30 seconds of the round, it's been very standard, right? This is what we're expecting. Defaults from both teams, the CT defense, the T strolling on out, and I'm not sure how they mix things up. It looks like more mid to B pressure.
So they know they've got Hobbit CT. They know they've pulled him. The incendiary told them so. Short-lived information. He's back. Six consecutive rounds demanded of OG if they want to voice any concerns on their map here. Second of our best of 5. Double smoke on the mid-cross. That's going to get Nafany tucked in. Here they come, the big test. Flames not looking. Nafany knocks on the door. Double from Nafany. Big test for Nico. The fact he's got the frag does mean that the bomb can go down.
You know what's going to happen now, don't you, Alex?
Is it a 4-letter word?
Everyone's favorite. Well, that's 10. Simple
Love.
as you like. Love. Hate's also a 4-letter word.
Oh, of course they are. Perfect yin and yang. Why are they walking closer?
I don't know. Is this happening?
No.
Is it opposite day?
No, it's not.
Okay, I'm glad.
He just wants to stop the save, and it's working. It's working! They don't get to keep a thing.
Oh, they get all of them. Axel, I don't know if he's going to get away from the bomb here. He'll go down, but okay.
It's brilliant. Look at what they've got into the next. Like, it's going to really hinder the full util on Nico. They're going to be feeling a little red-faced after that one.
No man to AWP either. So that means right now, remember how we were talking about that Shiro pick in middle?
Yeah.
He wasn't going for it when he knew that Mantu had an AWP. Maybe now he wants to have a look at that yet again. So it didn't feel like Gambit were going to go for that kind of a play. Normally they just save and play it really conservative, but here they've actually punished in a big way. Alexi very fast down middle here. On his lone team, he sent 3 of his teammates up towards the tunnels. Valda looks like he's going to be joining Alexi as well, but they might want to just flash him out and go for another mid to B. This is the weakness that Alexi is sniffing in the water.
Oh, he's not blind. Should be a freebie. Nice find. Oh, Hobbit. Tags up Nico. Does go down. Now to B they commit. Nico knocking on the door. Nafany goes down without a peep. It's Inter's tucked in on the site. He'll go 1 for 1, and OG have done it. They've cracked the case. They've cracked the code.
Man, that's 11. It's just this mid to B. Oh, Valda spotted them here. Now it's their turn to chase and hunt and deny some of these weapons. And this could hurt a lot. The money over there for Gambit, it was sitting pretty. We were talking about such a huge amount of rounds, but they can actually deny them a lot here. How much of this economic game does Valda want to play? But regardless, that mid to B,
Also,
the fact that that's the 1 point.
Get your in-game leader cap on for a second.
Okay, it's a bit
mid
dusty.
to B, yeah, exactly. Mid to B is the only thing that's been working and this is your map. You've managed to pull it off twice in the completely elusive T rounds prior. These are the only ways you've succeeded. You're aware of it, as is your opponent. Do you have the audacity to go for something like that again? When nothing else is working, making that same call, it takes a lot of balls to try and go for the same thing. And Gambit are going to be operating under the assumption that you have no other answers.
They still don't have an AWP, right? So for OG to go with their standard default, it is more difficult. But if they do, then they can prod out and they can find what they're dealing with. And if they're able to do that, then they can try for another mid to B depending on those rotations. But it's likely, and we are seeing the double AWP again, that there's something different from Gambit. They might be more aggressive in the mid with the AWP. They might even send an AWP close towards tunnels to make sure that they can't die to both prongs in the mid to B. The pick, it's good. Shiro spotted. He's going to deny. Mantu is down, and they're going just towards the B bomb site. They're going in.
Yeah, they are. And double AWP retake sucks. The nade damage doesn't. That hurts. That leaves a mark. And Shiro has got a shooting gallery. Nearly another. 2 players remain from OG. That wall will not protect you. The molly might. Trying to hold this bomb down. Great nade damage. Valda's only got 18 to play with. A 2 versus 5.
They're completely locked. Hobbit's already tunnels. This one is looking grim.
I don't know how you're supposed to defend your honor here. They're going to push in unison. A re-aggression perhaps. The molly comes in. Holding that door. He has to focus his attention on one thing. Shiro's done it all. And now Alexi unloading his mag. He's got 5 bullets left. 2 frags is starting to look something. Something could have come out of nothing. Instead, it's going to be Gambit. 2-0. We are flying through this grand final. And OG's resistance is just not the follow-through, not the conversion. Down 0-2 and down bad. Heading back into Gambit pick.
Think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
For our Prime 6, our setter will be Glaive, because the setter is setting up the superstar, and we think that Glaive is doing a fantastic job of supporting the superstar of the team, and he's pretty sporty and long.
As the outside hitter, we have chosen Valde because it looks like he has a good physique, and he might be a bit aggressive and take points in that manner. And for our middle blocker, we choose Doja because it looks like he can block any ball and he can be at the offense. And yeah, and he's pretty tall. And also he's very intimidating to other players. I think, yeah, he shows a lot of confidence.
Our opposite hitter will be Simple, because in that position you really need to take care and you need to be good offensive and defensive, and we think that Simple is pretty underrated in the defensive area, but also we will be like a really offensive team because we really want to win.
For our libero position, we've chosen Crims as he is pretty good at the defense and being put under pressure and making stuff happen out of nowhere.
So our final player will be our defense specialist, and it will be Fallen. He needs to work well with Crims, which I think he will do. Really good at leading the team, great personality. Okay, we're gonna have 6 Glaives in our team.
And that is our Glaive Prime 6.
to the grand finals of IEM Summer. We are 2 maps deep into this best of 5 final. However, as Gambit have already taken 2 maps, this could be a 3-0 clean sweep. But will they be able to take it on Overpass? We'll have to find out shortly, because right now we've got to turn the tables on you guys, because it's time for the final DHL drop of the event. So here is your question. SK Gaming has been #1 on the ESL World Ranking for more consecutive days than Team Liquid, but how many days? Is it A, 4, B, 7, C, 11, or D, 15? To submit your answer, write it into Twitch chat using the code or the command !DHL drop space A, B, C, or D, and we'll be revealing the answer shortly. But don't forget, you've got to be super quick to get the points, and whoever's got the most points will win the best prize. It's as simple as that. Right then, Kassad and Yanko, let's talk about Dust 2, because it was such a strong start from OG. Chad called it in the cast, the classic Dust 2 CT side. But then Gambit kind of got a little bit more creative, and suddenly that first half was a lot more competitive, Kassad.
The thing is, Gambit started off really weird at T side with some weird buys, savings the first, second gun round. So it made things easier for OG, but also I have to compliment OG City side, because Mantu was mobile on middle, he was aggressive. We know that doesn't work for the T side when the default is slow, and then Mantu was all the way on B. And the second guy, Alexi, is also been very mobile, and he was reading the rounds right, and which allows them to like have an 8-1 at winning start.
Win, yeah.
And then it kind of all turned around, Yanko, didn't it?
Yeah, it was, again, Gambit managing to scrape a couple of rounds by. I think, on 8-5, the round that they won really sealed like the second half, so it could be an 8-7. If OG wins that round, probably goes into 10-5. But I think even with that, the way that Gambit played the City side, right, it did seem like they really had OG's number. They were playing with so much confidence, Exile especially, and that just, sooner or later they were going to be able to close this out in their favor.
Yeah, it felt for me that like it was constantly, OG was constantly going towards that B side, but I think Exile used a couple of gaps that you mentioned as well in the green room, Yanko.
Yeah.
Should we talk about some of those pushes, Yanko?
Yeah, there were a couple of tells. I have it prepared for you guys to see. It wasn't just like, oh yes, I just went for this push for absolutely no reason. Like it's really thought out. It shows you the game sense for Exile. Maybe some of it is part of the preparation. So if we can jump here right into the illustration. This is the first gun round where he got the kill and then pushed, but the reason why he pushed is you're going to see the dynamic early on, right? Valde is the long player, he's spamming through the smoke, it's the standard stuff, but what does Exile do? He uses his HE and Incendiary, so now he knows a guy probably can't be there, he doesn't see a sound cue from him burning, then pushes the Incendiaries like that so he can go in. You can see that in the meanwhile, OG is grouping towards the B bomb site. Unfortunately for them, Nico is going to drop a Molotov, that's when Exile pushes. So it's not like a random timing that he pushes. He heard that there was no noise anywhere else on the map. He makes a calculated guess. It's looking like B. They were buying a little bit of time for him to get through Underpass. As you can see, a flash comes in, and it's only after that the utility usage from the B players is also great, and Exile comes from behind. It's just cleanup duty, right? The second time it happens was actually the gun round right after that. You can see here, Flamesy, he's going through the fire, trying to catch Shiro, gets punished for it. On the other side of things, you don't see him on the screen, but here from outside long, Valde is actually throwing a small fake. He's going to smoke the cross. He's going to throw a flash over as well. Right after that, he's just walking away. I mean, there's no pressure. This is just like too weak of a fake to do anything. Look at Exile. He's right behind him, like the timing is perfect. He's getting the read that they didn't really decide to push Cat after Flames died. Goes behind them, easy cleanup. And the psychological effect of these 2 rounds, like now as in-game leader, they got the perfect read on us 2 times, and it's just really, really hard to get out of that rut.
Yeah, I was gonna add on what Yanko said and just say that changes your game plan entirely. When you have guys pushing, you need to take care of that, and it kind of switches your game plan a little bit.
Well, it will be interesting to see if Exile gets equally aggressive on Overpass. But right now, we need to reveal the answer for the final DHL drop question. And the answer was D4. Sorry, not D, A. There you go. You know what? I'm just going to fan myself. It's about 28 degrees in the UK right now and even hotter in this flipping room. But there you go. You can see the all-time #1 teams. Astralis, of course. It's no surprise, that one. We also need to talk about the DHL MVP vote. This is the first one for the ESL Pro Tour. We're going to have one every event going forwards, and these are your nominees. Axile, Shiro, Man2. Bring like Man2 up, please make it official.
We believe you, Frankie.
We believe you. He's been playing well.
Please believe me. There he is. There he is. Then we got Nafany, and we also have Hobbit. Now, we're asking you guys to vote on this right now because we need to tot up your scores, what the analysts are saying, and also stats from this grand final so we can decide on the winner at the end of IEM Summer after we have crowned the champions. But will those champions be Gambit? Well, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, we will have Machine and Sponge taking us through Overpass, which could be the last map of the tournament.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Nobody questions how good Gambit are at the present moment, but they can be brought down, and in an effort to understand how, let's take a look at how Complexity beat them on Overpass during the IEM Summer group stage. This kind of question can be approached in many different ways, and here is one of them. When playing the T side of Overpass, pushing the CTs back on the A side of the map is very important. Otherwise, they can too easily make rotations towards B and stack the bomb site or prepare with grenades to stop a push. If we take a look at the global player paths of the Gambit side in almost half of their T rounds, specifically 7 out of 15 rounds, you begin to see a very unusual pattern that goes a long way to explaining why they ended up in so much trouble on Overpass this particular matchup. In these rounds, Gambit either gets shut down trying to take control of the A part of the map, or they simply don't even try. Either way, this outcome significantly reduces the amount of strategic options Gambit had in the game. A lot of the credit for this should go to Complexity, but it also gives us something important to look for when we're watching Gambit should this pattern repeat itself. See if you can identify these moments and read the game within the game.
Oh, I see one up at this house. I'm just gonna go on the right side. Yep, on the right side, trying to go in. Other one's inside the house. Oh my lord, wow. Oh. Two of them. I'm coming, Bablo.
Inside, in the corner, right doorway.
I'm outside.
No!
I'm reloading. He's dead. And there's a fella towards gas station. He's gone inside, Perry. The one in gas station is probably gone inside as well.
Okay, there's two at Gassy. They're not on the same team either.
I'm gonna dome. Hopefully there's people there. Well, hopefully I saw.
There was a guy close. He spotted you. At this house.
Trying to blow up that barrel. He was behind the rock. Yeah, next to the barrel. Just looking at me.
A little bit of a surf going there. Under the patio, just here. We're on close to that ping.
Yeah, he just scouted at me. I'm coming. Nice.
Yeah, I want to go.
Good luck. Nice.
I don't know where this guy went. Okay.
Can't see him in the tower. Oh, I saw him. He hit me once. I'm going. I might die off this. Nice.
That was a cool dive.
Intel Extreme Masters Summer is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, and DHL.
Game time. Gambit 2-0 up in this grand final. Best of fives. They may not be their favorite, but they're thriving tonight. IEM Summer looking to crown a champion. Gambit certainly are a hot prospect for it. 2-0s and a very long run of consecutive rounds to start themselves on the second map. This does too. We head on to Overpass for our third. Not quite ready to be getting this one underway. Looks like OG are back in the server, so we can get this one started. I'm Machine. I've got Chad Sponge-Birchall with me. Chad, what's your take on our third map here?
That if Gambit don't like best of fives, they can make it look like a best of three if they just win this one. So it feels like this is all over Red Rover, right? Just the tail end of that map. Sure, it got a little bit competitive. OG was starting to really bite back. But Gambit are showing their class. They're showing why they're the world #1 right here, right now. This is a matchup they've never played before in an official capacity. Either team getting a look at what they have to offer, the way that they play up against each other here, and you got the 1xBet on the top of the screen heavily favoring Gambit now. No faith left from the bookmakers there. Now Gambit, they're no slouches on Overpass. It is their choice, but OG at the moment undefeated on this one with the roster. On quite the spree. Let's see if it can continue.
Oh, Shiro found it. Despite having 2 to contend with, Valder does go down on short.
So much room to work with as well. Connector is all theirs. There's nobody really over towards A besides Nico, who's passive, so he's only going to get information last minute. Make it last second. Sound cue, maybe a toe spotted. Bomb and pressure now applied. Alexi rotating.
Oh, great find. Nico taps the head of Axile. Prize shots. Hobbit from long. 3v3 now as the bomb scooped up, and it seems like Nafany wants to get out of dodge. Yeah, Shiro can take a lot of space away. He was a little late to the party. He's opted for Monster side, so Flames being the first on the scene. He'll hear this. He'll confirm the rotate has come through. But they've chosen not to advance any further, so Heaven and Graffiti for this. Bombs in. Decision rewarded. They're pushing in as a unit, though. That blue wall starting to clamp closed. And 2 confirms it's an OG pistol.
Bit of a race there between the in-game leaders calling, right? Alexi called everybody up towards A, then they called everybody back down towards B. They didn't leave a player lingering, so heavy rotations from both sides. And you can just see the pendulum swing there. Gambit had them in a retake setup, but as soon as that bomb started getting planted and the fact that they had everybody there, they could push in, right? If their bomb was getting planted and someone was still on A, they wouldn't go for that because you're talking about 2 separate 1v1s. With the bomb getting planted, he's an isolated third man as well as the CT rotator. So great stuff from OG here. But great starts haven't been a problem. It's just about how they look to continue forward. Forced buy out of Gambit. An AK, 2 Galils, 2 Deagles. Very potent buy against the SMGs, 3 of which an M4 and a FAMAS. The kid's still in play. We've seen a bit of this.
Yeah, he's holding an angle that won't always give him intel. This time it does more than intel. Bloodshed. Flames found. Hobbit.
Knock on the door, Hobbit, I dare you. They gambled A again. Valder's rotating back over, so a lot of information from Alexi here to force this rotation. The divided play now from Nico. Valder going to join him. Mantu to deal with long.
Oh, That's a very fortunate connection. Nico gets info. Nafany gets tagged up heavy. They are going to swap rifles over to Shiro. The CT smoke just going to completely nullify any thoughts about that connector rotation. Alexi is solely responsible of keeping them channeled in towards that 3-man A stack.
He's done a lot on their CT defenses early in both Mirage and Dust 2, and looking like to do the same here on Overpass. It has to be an A finish. There's not enough time to really pivot back to B, is there?
After that smoke fades, I'm not so sure they could give it a go. But here they come. Valda baiting in Nico. Axel, the banana swing. These two rifles need to find some connections, and at least Shiro trading. Nico unchecked though, and it could result in a dead Shiro. Does just about get it done. And Hobbit's fallen as well. OG 2-0. You weather the Gambit force. It's Nico to step up alongside Valda. So, I mean, he's a player alongside Flames that, you know, you would like to see that grand final breakout performance.
Too easy. Look at the shadow there for Mad2 as Inter's trying to jump through the smoke. So smiles back on the faces. And Hobbit on the other side of things, really just showing you the early losses starting to mount on up. It will be a couple of deagles, a P250, and no rush for Gambit, right? We know their default spread. We know it's methodical. We know their CT hold. They have Axel and Shiro holding A. We always talk about that Inter's Hobbit lockdown towards Monster, so lots to sink our teeth into here, but hold up a second. Mad2 just taking this round into his own hands, pushing straight in. Flames as well. And some aggression out of OG against these unhead armored opponents. Oh, ripping through them now. All right. It's going to be harder to contain them if they're doing plays like this once we get into the gun rounds.
Yeah, my read of Hobbit's face after that second round loss was just, oh, we have to do this the hard way again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't just want to roll over and die.
It's a man to M4 there. Cut short. Another double for Nico, starting very strong here on our third. And I think it is definitely worth highlighting that OG defending their honor. A lot of people would have probably had Mirage or Dust 2 as one of the maps you could see OG taking off of Gambit. Overpass being the 100% win rate wasn't on the tip of many's tongue. Is that just more of a product of Gambit's affinity for the map as well?
Yeah, I think so. And I think the thing is, like, I've never really thought of OG as an Overpass team previously. It's something which has kind of crept up on me. When I read it today in the stat lines, I was like, okay, well, this could be a little bit spicy. And going to test more to the map pool overlap. So yeah, I think Mirage or Dust 2 felt like a must, at least to extend the series. Would be a reverse sweep, Alex, and you know how few and far between they come in.
So, CT aggressions have come up with naught. Gambit given some space to start their contact plays. As we've learned, lots of teams refer to contact stroll mid-round toilets as Gambit. And there's a reason for that. You may even get it demonstrated live. That's a great smoke. Oh, just timed a little to perfection. They'll be ahead of it. Man2, Overwatch. He can't be there forever. He's on a timer and just falls off as the fight comes in, as do the flashes. Support is in tow with the Alexi B's SMG. It's Hobbit. Oh, under the smoke, he takes down the AWPer. Gambit are getting all the frags they need here. Trying to push them away from the site. It's Alexi B advancing, Flames as well, but Shiro's just been posted up and waiting. Gambit just hit pause. And how many times have we seen, I actually recently caught Elige talking about it, of the power of just pausing a take. Like, you've taken a couple of steps forward, you start to converge on the site, but being able to pause as a unit. We just saw them win the round and it looked very glamorous by virtue of sitting still.
Yeah, so the fear of the unknown for the CTs, right? Because they're thinking, hey, we've got them in the choke point, we can swing and take these fights, but if you just wait and let some of those jewels come to you, you get to punish, and there's Hobbit doing exactly that to Alexi B. And that's a bit of a bonus round there for OG, so we should see the reinvestment coming through into round number 5, but good stuff from Gambit to keep it competitive out the gates.
Yeah, Man2's the only one that's really kind of hard done by. 1,600 in his bank account balance.
I think he's been dropped an AWP. Volder's purchased one early. Oh, Alexi's purchased one as well. So double AWP CT setup here. Alexi gets one, Man2 gets the other. Volder is the one who ends up being the most hard done by with all of this, only getting a deagle when he leaves spawn.
Sanji will send him a DM.
Hey, mate, know how you feel. It gets better, I promise. Okay, that's curious that Alexi's operating with that in the boost position, hoping to catch Axel lurking through the pipe. Now we can see again, it is a lot of presence from Gambit over towards A. This boost over the smoke though, are they going to account for it?
He's got the flick of the wrist as well. Mantu more than capable, there it is. Hobbit knocked off the boost early.
That's a very big advantage to find here, and with that compromised buy, step in the right direction. Nafany looking to take as much space as he can here, keeping the creepy crawl and movement alike, and they just lobbed out a smoke towards long. This will deny vision and start applying a little bit more pressure towards the defense, but it looks like they're setting up another boost.
Yes, and he could very well find another shot. It was Shiro jumping, doesn't go down. Mantu fills the gap toilets quick. Might be able to find one of them, but they are working on Banana. He's got Nico in tow. Oh, I like this from OG. This is very proactive. And a good chance to punish as they triple swing. Oh, even a free fire. What is Mantu to do? Tagged up, flashed up. Multiple pushes available to him. He's called upon Alexi B for this crossfire. Molotov straight through the smoke. Shiro falls to the no-scope. And he might make it 4. Mantu spots him out. Flames will finish. But a very dynamic defense. Looking good from OG right out of the gates.
That's the Mantu we want to see, right? He has been a force for OG throughout IEM Summer.
No scopes. Shiro blindly.
This is great, though, because look at how they've worked it out on the fly. They've gone, all right, we'll boost over this smoke, we'll boost over the long smoke. They've just stayed very, very versatile in all of this with Mantu's AWP and using it as that sharp prong. Alexi opted to go into an AK instead of an AWP, so they're not rocking double AWPs into the next gun round. That is curious scenes here. As Gambit have brought on in Galil's AKs and over towards B early. This is looking different.
It is. Good movement from Nafany. Bounces his head off the pipe and completely evades any of those taps. He's working on short quick. Valder and Flames with Alexi on graffiti. If he wants to have a look short, they will flash him. Nafany's anti. He doesn't commit to it just yet. Nades look good, promising in fact in the pre-fire. He's right to do so. Nafany really vying for control, and he's lost the duel again. 0-6 for the in-game leader of Gambit.
Through Monster though, this is threatening.
It really is. And Axel very quick to the draw. Alexi tries to contend with Axel, but no one can best him. Finally, Flames does. If he could just finish off Hobbit, which he will, he's got to use the USP. A fresh mag would be great. Mantu another onto the Gambit members and cancel on the plant. He's isolating Jules. Shiro can come up clutch here. The 1v2 quickly becomes a 1v1.
Oh, he's dropping
Flames was
back.
faffing around with the weapons, and now Mantu versus Shiro begins. The door is going to require a sound cue. Mantu won't hear it. He's put himself in a position to rotate pretty swiftly. And Shiro, there's not a chance he's going to give a sound cue away.
How far does Shiro push the issue here? There's 20 seconds left. It's about 5 more seconds until Mantu might think he needs to rotate up towards A, and I think the sound cue might give it away before that. But if he tucks in over towards Optimus with the plant, he'll be ready to deal with Mantu coming up through spawn. Needs to keep it silent, keep the air of mystery about this one.
If he goes bank, it's a question of how hard Mantu will do a left clear here. He'll get one shot. And Shiro's the one to take his head off. Clutch is up, 1v2 for Shiro and an AWP for good measure.
That one is really going to hurt OG right there. The Axel double entry, right? Flames has done a lot there, but Nafany's job was just to get a lot of attention. He opened up the avenue through to Monster, and then when you have AKs in Monster, it can just be that guillotine, lopping off heads left, right, and center. And then Shiro, well, it's not the Shiro clutch. He didn't have the teammates there to do it for him, had to do it on his own.
They take a timeout after their victory. It's not the first time we've seen that either. Gambit, they time them when they see fit.
It was after the
Axel pistol.
Yeah, the 4K, they went straight into that timeout. It's actually going to be the force from OG here. Well, actually, it's not the full force. Valda has 600 left over. Maybe he'll spend it all. Nico did buy all the way down, and the same with Flame. So at the moment, it's weird. Either they all invest everything or they all leave about half. So far, that's completely split. So I don't know what we're looking at here in terms of OG's full investment. Mantu hasn't really had a whole lot to do without the big green in his hands here, but 10 frags to his name. And look, let's see if he can get that Deagle singing as well, because I think he's just a beast, an absolute beast.
Valda will happily sit on his smoke for a while. He's keeping his entire aggressive force of OG towards Fountain safe. The Alexi B Scout is in play. This is OG trying to keep hold of the momentum they had.
Well, this is such a hard clear. He's not going to expect too close towards the bench position. There's no way.
They trundle to long. That is the gap, and they are not hesitating to take it. Valda does give away a little bit of Summit. Summit drops the smoke. Keep Hobbit honest.
Oh, Shiro needs to be so careful here. He's isolated right now.
You're right. And the bomb's not there either. That looks like it's Hobbit's responsibility late. So this could be Naf. And he's clear. No one's looking through long. He's completely destabilized OG. Double from Nafany. The scout headshot is found. That's spicy. Flames. Loud as he elopes to Monster. Axel takes the gap, jumps through it. Oh, and he's not slowing down.
Alexi B could save him here.
He won't. Axel has the sight. Wow, they're locking down that orb, actually. Makes things interesting. The scout not ready for Axel, and it's all finished off a little too easy.
It's so crazy there, right? The decision-making from Nafany, when he spots the scout on the jump peak, it's okay, let's go long because there's unlikely to be a scope weapon there. They go through and then they try and close down the distance, so when Shiro swings for that fight, they're going to come out bathrooms and run him down if he hangs around in that divided position. But they get gifted with those two individuals on the Deagles just sitting with the backsides open. And clean as you like, 4-3 now. Gambit starting to get a bit of pep in the step. It will be the eco round from OG. One flash for Alexi. Valda into the Deagle. Flame's already burning quite a lot there over towards B, so he's been tickled on down, and this should be really no dramas whatsoever, unless Valda finds a few headshots. Should be tied up here. The molly is really good. Valda. He has to kind of peek out through the smoke to help Mantu, who's actually pushed forward. Oh, they've taken Nafany down. So much damage done. Surely they just react off of this.
Go into B, right?
Yeah, that should be the immediate response. And I think that OG know it as well. They're starting to rotate back towards top A.
Ooh, trajectory. I think that would be enough for Flames to know he's there. Jail. Hiding in the off angle needs a double dink.
The head.
Double dink's not happening. Axel's just going to completely lock down the site. They're coming in from heaven. He's got a nade with Nico's name on it.
Oh. Has a laugh about that one there, Alexi. Those traces, they are pesky. You think they're not giving away a lot, but enough for Inters to do exactly that. Now Valda wanting to do some more damage, and Shiro's alone in connector again. Valda got the better of him last round with the MP9. If Shiro oversteps the mark here, maybe he gives up the big green. It doesn't look likely. Everybody relatively static right now. Nico's the one running all the way back with that salvaged AK-47. So good weapon to carry through to the next round. But here we are, tied up 4-4.
Saves it all. Nothing for him to concern himself about, but a preserved AK-47. Something. 3 in a row now for Gambit, make it 4. Total. Still, 11 frags for Mantu. Like, he just doesn't seem phased at all. He's got that mindset where he can just treat every game as the same.
I think the only time you see him pulling a face on the cam is when he's taking a shot and dropping off a box. And it's that, oh, I want to get away face. Otherwise, he's always just looking chill. The Iceman ready and raring to go. As he has the AWP back out, and they're sending him over towards B. Maybe he can find some impact on this side of the map. Axel and Nafany on the other side of Monster setting up some stack nades. Alexi jumped back into them. Nuked on down to 28, and Mantu's flashed. He's gone to Hobbit. That's a huge kill to find. Whoa. Mantu's found all the impact so far.
They synchronized it with the flash, Chad. He didn't hear the door. He has just blissful ignorance at that point. Going down, though. Mantu dispatched to B. They haven't seen that before. Oh, peeking in the off angle. Valda does find the AWP. The trade attempt from Hobbit should come through. Hasn't.
Oh, they're locked. Oh, they're locked.
Swings on in. Axel does not find both. Flames has done enough. At least to keep it competitive. Don't forget, the bomb's not committed. Intis is trying to take space elsewhere on Banana. It's still the role of Nico. Let's see how his focus is after a quiet 40 seconds in this corner.
This is the duel. If Inters wins this, if he clears this.
Yeah, I mean, Alexi's late, it's low. The bomb goes down, the round is won. Gambit continue this consecutive run. 3 in a row so far from the T side. This is OG's chance to humble them and keep it level pegging.
It's a weird clear for Hobbit, who's coming noisy up long. He's hit the brakes now.
Yeah, it's a nice setup that Alexi can at least be somewhat of an early warning sign.
Oh, not clearing it.
Pulls the trigger. Dipping around that smoke. Hobbit lingers on it as well. Walking through. Nico doesn't react. What a shot from Hobbit. And that was supposed to be a guarantee. Now the other way around. Pushing in. Hobbit does more than enough with the AWP. How is he such a star? Nafli just playing around, baiting the shots. Nico doesn't expect an AWP to be pushing through a smoke.
How much could he have possibly seen there? You'd be expecting him to be grey screened. It looks like, oh, it's everything. Clear as day. The impact from Hobbit there, it sent OG back down to squalor. That's a massive round.
Oh, and I thought, honestly, as I saw that the Inter's not being diligent on his clear, OG round. OG round. Hobbit had other plans, and they're right back where they started. It's USPs, baby.
Can't get more conservative than this, can you? Not a single penny invested right here. Hobbit's here in this.
Here they come.
Oh, here's some more for Hobbit.
2. And he'll make it 3.
Counting with Hobbit.
$900 dues into Hobbit's bank account.
I could see Hobbit doing a series.
Yeah?
He's got a kid, right? You know, counting with Hobbit. He's just, I'd watch it. I don't think I'd understand it.
But
I'd watch it.
Like a Kazakh Sesame Street.
Yeah. Why not?
Maybe that's his fallback. Once he's gone and won another major, done it with the youngsters.
Does a TV show.
It does like a Kazakh local Sesame Street vibe.
All right.
He gets Axile on as a guest. Does like a 1v1 aimbot with Big Bird.
Teaches kids how to have mechanical aim.
Yeah, it's not
All
bad.
right,
It's not
guys. Axile's here. Don't know why they sound like that.
Yeah, and that would be the Australian version, I guess. What's he called? Mr. Wiggle?
Mr. Squiggle. You turn him
course.
upside down, draws you a picture, takes off to space. I think he's an alien.
To be in the writer's room of children's TV. Right, guys, I've got a pitch for you.
Oh, here's their stack nade again. They're not using it to slide open the door. And Alexi, one more time, just getting battered down. This time he 46 HP, so it's a little bit better. An exchange, Axel will cop one to his toes as well.
The Alexi CT heat map for those first 30 seconds just must be glowing red hot on those sandbags position. I mean, he looks for info all the time there. It's such a quote-unquote safe way to get that info. Obviously not when you're up against Gambit. Again, operating at half HP.
Nico's very forward here. Mantu, with the AWP in the back of the site, is jump peeking. So ideally, Mantu spots on one of his jump peeks. He can get on the lip of that APC position when he jumps and hopefully catch a little bit of a look.
Look how spread out they are.
Yeah.
Not a single member of Gambit right now could trade if they were hunted.
You're right. They're being given a lot of room. This is perfect for their T side, right? The fact that you have a gift of, they don't know it, but the fact they have the gift of all this space means that they can really ply their utility however they want. They've retained 3 smokes. They've got themselves 3 Molotovs, 2 flashes to work with here, and it is going to be a B finish.
Oh, Flames just propels himself forward, catches Nafany poking his head out of the smoke. They have to go. 20 seconds is short. Hobbit, the entry fragger denied. And Gambit trying to scarper. Door slammed shut, and they'll have another go into round 12.
Okay. Well, just denied there, and I think they were expecting OG to mix things up and try and be more aggressive. Just walking through Monster. You get killed, you walk up Sandbag, it's short, you get killed. Okay, round done. OG, patience, it's rewarded.
But also, it doesn't really bother Gambit at all. I mean, it stopped their consecutive spree. They did get 5 in a row, but now they can once again just humble those CTs. 3rd stage loss bonus for OG.
Really would be nice to see OG pick up a map here. I think it would do wonders for them, right? We've been talking about the tail end of the season. IEM Cologne. It's a lot to play for still in the Counter-Strike calendar, the first half of 2021. You don't want to get wiped here. They have been competitive, right? But the scoreboard...
I'm not sure Valda's prepared for this. Yeah, they're already swinging out jail. Flames is blind. Valda unloads his mag. He's done significant damage and he's not down yet. 20 HP. Can the Dane get any more?
Oh, he's
playing around with a smoke and it's 1-for-1. The nade dunks both of them. Shiro responsible for the flank. I think Alexi stepped. Shiro is alert and now loss of Nico spells trouble.
They're going to do the saving this time around, OG.
Fast B is all it took.
Yeah, that is wild scenes there. Another just great pace change, right? Gambit go from these slow, drawn-out defaults into the hard B through monsters. So loving to keep mixing it up. Mantu and Alexi B trying to get as far away from dodge as they possibly can. And their money over there, with this loss bonus coming on through, will be fine. They can buy as well. But Gambit are now up to 7, just 1 round away from securing the half lead. And in all of our maps so far, the first half has gone 8-7. So you can just see how close these teams are. And before Gambit rudely interrupted me with their rush B, that's what I was getting to is OG have been competitive. They've been more than competitive, right? 16-14, 16-11.
Well, also not forgetting how they got here. You know, like I'm just going to give you a list of names right now, but Big Clan, NIP, Virtus Pro, Evil Geniuses, Vitality, a 7-match win streak over the course of this tournament and the one prior.
So big names to take down, right? Obviously, we knew that IEM Summer didn't have all the big names, right? Obviously, Navi's not here. But it's still pretty stacked. You had Heroic, you had Gambit, and you're looking at, what, the third map here, and they're still keeping it relatively level. Back towards B, we're rushing again.
Yeah,
Flames.
they are. And as Shiro's holding the line, it's Valda's double spray that will keep Gambit at bay. Can't disrespect the incendiary.
What a coin toss, right? Last round it worked. This time, they've just been denied. How long are they going to hit the brakes for on this?
Oh, Valda just walks straight into the spray. Nafany blind shots into the smoke, but he's read it perfectly. Look at Nico.
He needs to slow these roll down here. If he pushes, he might get caught off guard. Gambit always watch that flank.
You don't have an element of surprise against Gambit.
They're expecting this. They're actually hoping this comes on in. So now Nico playing to contain, but there is a gap. If they pivot through pipe into sewer, they can go back up through connector, and that's where this becomes a real problem for OG. They might lose complete control of the rounds here. At the moment, it's contained. But in a moment's time, that could change.
Talking it through.
Here he comes. He's got the timing.
He has. Behind 2 members of Gambit for his 6th round. It's a big contribution from Nico. Spots them both. Perfect. Shiro's the first victim. Nafany, a quick snap onto his head as well as he falls. Nico, a round winner there. Only enters on this sandbag. Bombs with Nico. What are you supposed to do? He'll give it everything he's got. Dump the util. Walk into Mantu. Okay, OG 6. Not going to be an issue for finance for Gambit to finish off this half. Will it be another 8-7? Will we continue to match this incredibly competitive first half in every single map so far? You can see the recap, 16-14, 16-11. This is Nico's flank, and the trigger discipline to find Shiro and identify him first with a very quick follow-up. I don't even think there was time to react.
Yeah, and I think for Nafany, right, the thing is you go, oh, well, the timing. But the thing is, in Counter-Strike, how long can he watch the backs for, right? Eventually he needs to turn around. So perfectly pipped there by Nico. Unknowing that the flank was watched for so long, and well, they've got their buyout and they've stopped the B rushes for now. We're back into the standard play, the default spread. Axile babysitting the backyard, enters. Nafany and Shiro working their way up Fountain. And Hobbit patrolling connector, but again, they're given a lot of room, and this is very similar to how Gambit CT side will look.
Yeah.
Right? We don't normally see them going for crazy aggressive maneuvers. Axile and Shiro will posture forward, then they'll drop back and play the side defense. And for Gambit, they have to take their time, right? They need to clear everything out, they need to be diligent. Well, as I say that, Nafany taking a risk here, so through the smoke, and he's going to be up close and personal towards that site when just about a minute left on the clock. Is he just going to swing on out here? He could add a lot of info just for the sound cues from this position alone.
Oh, just as Mantu looks away. In the blind spot, he's taken down OG's AWP.
That's so pesky. How are you meant to prepare for that?
Nico stepping right into the line of fire. Shiro, elbow tagged. And a recline in the chair. He knows he could have done more with that. Smokes will bloom. Spells trouble for OG. There's nothing they could do to contest as the bomb is escorted in.
This is where Gambit can turn it up a notch and start chasing. Take away these guns, give OG not a lot going into the final round of play. It's going to be 2,400 as the loss bonus, and this is where they can hunt. This is where they can chase. Nafny 4.3, they're going to get the win bonus. You've got Axel there 2.8, he can do the same. Shiro, yeah, maybe not so much as the big green. So 3 of which will have enough money to buy. And now we're almost halfway ticked. They're starting to get closer and closer. Axel's going through T-spawn. Inters could come down through connector. They're not just going to let him hold on to all this, surely.
I think the only real potential lost rifle is Flames.
Oh, no.
It's gone. The trade is there, but it's more about survival for Valda than it is frags. Bomb exploded. He heard steps. They are coming. Oh, and Valda. Oh! OG lose it all. Oh.
Heartbreaker right there.
I mean, it's not the worst case, right? Nico's got an M4A1. He'll be able to get some util behind it, but Jesus, it's all taken away from them. They get nothing into the final round of play. Brought through. Lovely, lovely control.
Oh, they actually get everything. Everything they wanted with the AWP here. Maybe a little bit short on kits, maybe a little bit short on Molotovs. Let's see if that's the difference maker, because the rifles are there, the firepower is there. The head armor not going to make a difference against the AKs, and there's almost an opening for Shiro. The shot just shy. Mantu looking for an opening kill.
Furrowed brow after that one. He realizes his whole life just flashed before his eyes.
He's had a couple of close ones, hasn't he?
Yeah. A power position adopted by Valda. Very early into the piece. Nico solo on tree. He's hearing all of the funny business of Hobbit's hijinks in connector. Oh, Hobbit, you're such a nerd! You're such a nerd! He wall bangs him clean! He knows what they're up to. He'd be there on CT side, and he will be soon.
That's wild. What a way to kick off this round. We're looking more like a 9-6 for the first time.
14th frag, Hobbit, top of the scoreboard. Oh, and just as he rotates, Alexia, I imagine that's equal parts info.
He's called it clear.
And he's pulled out a nade. Nafny knocks his head off.
They're just going to get past Nico now. That's it.
Oh, he could get caught out. Inters is coming from behind him. He's going to get nothing.
Open.
He gets nothing. Oh, OG, they've had a couple of very bitter round losses. This is one of them. Pulled around the map. Hobbit just books Valda, and the rest falls into place.
Bomb's going to go down. 40-second start to Mantu's 1-on-5 attempt. Here we go. Axel first.
A no-scope.
The vertical axis.
Not gonna happen. Gambit, they post 9, and they're 7 rounds away from taking IEM Summer. We'll see if it does transpire that way, or if OJ have got... OJ? Yeah, we'll see if they've got any fight left in them too.
left out in the open. Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, one by another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Faded as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We
It's 2021's most likely candidate in the grand final and up in the grand finals. Gambit are within touching distance of the 3-0 and adding another trophy to their cabinet. This is supposed to be a litmus test of just who is going to be the top dog coming into some big-ass tournaments around the corner. We've got majors, we've got none other than Blast just next week. We've got IEM Cologne as well. Gambit just proving that they plan to continue this upward trend. And it looks like the odds are also in favor of Gambit closing it out right here and now. Alexi lining up a smoke. Looks like we're going to be seeing OG throw themselves into the B site. And Inters, can't believe he's quite gotten away with that. That was 3-4 Glocks all unloading towards his position. He just walks away with half health.
They're going to continue through here, and it's a passive setup towards the site. Hobbit and Inters in a bit of a retake scenario. They're about to get contact.
Yeah, it's a lot more than they may bargain for. Great pop flash. Nafi's denied. Hobbit can't find much and will fall eventually in the war of Glock attrition. Oh, here we are. Inters. He's being pushed on. He knows it. Tucks into a tight corner. Can't seem to stabilize the crosshair. None of them can. Oh, OG, dominant start.
All right, well, there you have it. And that is a must-need pistol. Must-win.
And he's
and needed.
OJ.
Well, OJ Borg, he's just around the corner. Maybe we'll see him again soon.
I'd love to see OJ Borg again.
We just need him to... he really needs to get in and hype everybody up before these finals, even if it is digitally. Get him in a green screen.
What, calling in on with a Zoom background?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah, he can do his little... He does the Swift bike thing, right? He loves it. He can have his kids on either arm.
Ready?
That'd excite me, but here we go. Gambit, they can really spoil the party right now. OG and this comeback in the third map is not going to be an easy one.
No, we know how the script works. OG, they usually go after great starts, 4 or 5 rounds, then can't win another one.
Well, if they can get past these Deagles, then that can stay on script. There's no scout for Gambit, and it's going to mean they can't be as early on their info here. It's going to be Axel, the only man left over towards A, hearing a lot of steps now. They're accelerating.
Okay, Axel, can you do anything? Flames is the one to prove he can't. Straight in. Nice finds with this Mag 10. He's popping over. A bit of a wobbly smoke there. They'll have to re-smoke it. They haven't cleared Shiro yet. With Alexi's back turned, he does get one on the CZ. 3v3. This could still get awkward. It has. Inter's deagled one. Shiro pushed. Inter's babysit. No! OG! They collapse on the conversion, and Gambit hoover up all the extras.
Oh, the man, the myth, the legend, the scrambler. Nafany gets on over and slows it all down, but it's the rest of his teammates here combining to steal this one away from OG. And look at Shiro just around the dice box. You're not seeing a lot of action out of the CZ, but that is a nightmare round to lose, and they'll have to bounce back with a force buy of their own. They're going to try the Deagles on for size, the Scout as well, and they don't tend to usually work as well for OG as they do for Gambit.
No, they don't. That's what my sneaking suspicion is telling me. My gut feeling points towards a very, very punishing force buy here out of OG. You got your Deagles. Let's see how much map control you get. As you said, you know, Gambit tend to give away a lot of space.
Yeah, you can see already, Axel's at the top of the side. We got a minute 28. So they're already starting their jiggles, their jumps. Shiro's a little bit more forward from this.
Damn, that is such an early smoke at the front of toilets. Like, what?
They're worried about that little explosion that Nafany was getting away with, right? Where they just like kind of scurried on through and they're playing contact. They're speed walking. That's what I used to call it back in the day. It's actually the passive setup over towards B. And remember when we saw Gambit on this map the other day, they were getting punished when they were doing their more passive setups. So if that's something that OG can identify and punish in the same way, maybe a couple of easier rounds over there. The scout of Mantu, it strikes. It will not land the shot. They're going to take space off of this.
As soon as Axel feels threatened, he's going to drop a smoke, and they're going to have to either respect it or have 15 seconds left to push through. Molly. Swing!
Great.
Oh, Axel doesn't need his smoke when he's got his bullets. That's Mantu a third. And OG left with just a couple of Desert Eagles and a dream. First shot's awry, second the same. Nothing connects, and only Alexi left. Oh, can't get a single frag out of that round. It falls apart. OG, that was a full investment. Back to the eco territory. So by the time they get weapons back in their hands, they're going to be staring down the barrel of 12.
Yeah, and right here we've got Mac 10 still carried across for Inters and Hobbits, so they can go farm up even more cash. But this was great on long, right? Molly drops, segregates the pack, ready for all of those little maneuvers, and even dinked on down there. Final frag found, and here we go. It will just be the Glocks, 5 of which nothing purchased for OG on the way out of spawn. Now, they want to draw this one out. We always talk about these ecos on the T side. Play it slow, draw out the CT util, keep it as costly as possible. Any frags they can get. A plant would be a dream. There's the first. Nico's dead. Hobbit spotted another over towards connector. Alexi quickly going to scurry on up to join with his team, who are trying to get quickly onto A. Nobody watching long right now. They might be overwhelmed, but it is just Glock. Shiro should be able to turn.
He's heard them, and the nade looks promising as well. Look at the damage. Axel is not going to let that slip. Brutal meat grinder for 12. Okay, OG Esports. Grand finals and running out of chances now.
The top spin on that one. Okay. No AWP for Mantu, and he's been the top fragger, right? He's got 13 kills at this point. Flames started to find some impact. He has 11, but feels maybe too little too late. To operate with their default 5 AK-47s. Nade onto Flames, and Mantu licked on down. 55 for Flames, 85 for Mantu, and getting ready to mount up into this boost like a bit of a transformer on contact. Look how confident they are here. Flashing, swinging, stalling out OG, making them have to expend more of their own utility when clearing these corners. It's going to be hard fought to get back into this. It is not looking good whatsoever, not just even in this round, but the game in its entirety. Gambit, the world #1 for a reason. They've been here plenty of times in 2021. Now a minute left on the clock. No real space taken from OG over towards A at all. They didn't put pressure on long. They didn't put pressure on bathrooms. Inters and Hobbit are doing this more passive setup over towards the B site. And that looks like where the finish is going to be. Alexi through the door. Another smoke over towards Monster. That's going to land. Oh, it's a decoy, not a smoke. Never mind me.
Okay, they're coming in. This is it for Hobbit. And he wants to try and destabilize, and he has. Valder caught. Hobbit takes 2. His gun just feels faster. Mantu, however, is under a lot of scrutiny. Nafany will knock him down, so the bomb cannot be planted. Big find. Just as the smoke pops, Flames lives on from the nade. He wants to get that bomb down. Axel from short and Shiro from heaven. There's a timing on this. Nico loses his life. Axel shoots second, but he closes out the round. OG fall flat in the 2v2, and Axel just happens again. Look at the kill distribution. Axel top 17. Hobbit doing what he seems to be doing more and more consistently in these grand finals. 17 from him, and this is the second frag he pulls out of nowhere.
Crazy. What was that round he had just the other day on Overpass as well, where he got 4, right? And that final kill in similar fashion.
Yeah.
So Hobbit is really getting a lot out of these rounds, and a tight one up to 13. The pistol's back out. OG staring down the barrel of 14. This one almost feels done and dusted right now. It doesn't look like there's a lot left in the tank.
There's a feeling that OG is sharing with us. Whoa. Dink exchange just through the wall, though. Stopping power. Oh, Alexi. Great read. Does finish off what Nico's Deagle started. Even peppered up a little onto Axel, and AWP lies idle, unretrieved and defended. Axel might be spurred to push on the flash, and he does. Long duel, a wild spray from Hobbit, but he doesn't seem phased. Oh, a battle to recover the AWP. Mantu sees it's disappeared in front of his very eyes, a magic trick that he could perhaps punish.
Oh, still a chance.
Small window of opportunity as Mantu grabs an AK. Axel's AWP is there. Mantu now aware that there's a flank in play. Nafany and Inters to find him. Oh, unchecked. 14. Gambit are running towards that finish line now. IEM Summer. Champions, 2 rounds away. Inferno and Ancient not going to be required unless OG can really switch it on. We haven't seen much evidence here on our second half. It was a great pistol.
Yeah, that was great. They had the tenacity about them, fighting towards spawn. They just absolutely biffed Gambit in that one, but since just one-way traffic, finally Mantu has this AWP out. You hate to just have it falling on the AWPer here, but he's the man I'm looking to for them to find some openings. Axel's aggressive. Axel's very aggressive on this. They're not going to see him.
He might.
Oh, he's so aware.
Oh, he's going to finish it right here, isn't he? He hears the scoping. He hugs the wall. He can work out process of elimination, what's going on. He hears them drop off. He knows Mantu's rotated off. The pins pulled indicate Flames is still in the playground. It's Axel that's having all the fun, though.
Oh, my God.
That is quite the gap, isn't it? That is quite the gap. This is a real heartbreak of a death for Flames.
Oh, no.
He's actually taken down Shiro, and now Axel's trigger discipline does look a little ill-placed.
Well, the jig's up. They're locked towards B right now. Axel's going to pick up the AWP. It feels like OG have to go towards B again.
Ooh, the stack nades might actually find Inters if they're short. Too deep. Tucked on short. Back to B. Axel, by recovering that AWP, he can just proceed to enable a 3-man stack here. 35. OG on the back foot, and even more so. Leader's gone. Alexi tapped away at, and
oh, this is
hiding in the
cruel.
smoke. This does seem mean. As it fades, he starts to unload. Quick response. Valda needed that. 20 seconds. It has to be the commitment. No util other than the flash. Now they're in. The frag is 2. Bomb is loose. 10 seconds. They need frags. They need them now. Nafany can't believe his luck. He collects. And Mantu, first shot. He doesn't have time to plan. If he could just kill Nafany somewhere hiding in the smoke. A shot. No time. And he'll fall as well. Gambit running to lift the trophy.
Everything they did just there. Torturing OG. Just absolutely torturing OG.
Bit of a miscommunication I have to see on that one. It looks like Shiro didn't realize that Axel was up to some wicked games. That was the shot onto Alexi. Okay, he actually mantled on the rail.
Yeah, that is wild. Look at Mantu. Final round of play, only had $300. He bought a nade and got dropped to Deagle. They had to facilitate him for round 23. This is the final round, and they're just pulling the ripcord. They're going fast B. Inters is the only one on the site right now. Nafany's not too far away. Inters can shut them down.
Here they come. They've taken a lot of damage, OG. Just to get to the site, they have to pay in blood and casualties. Flames forced to watch as the rest of this transpires. They're coming in, 3 short, 1 monster. Nico working towards Inter's position. He's lingering on that smoke. Off the flash, he has a look. Nothing to confirm. Nafany causing problems. Another death. OG 1 by 1, falling. And Gambit, the world's best team, make quite the statement in another best of 5. They don't even like them, they say. But that's why they get them done in 3. Holding all their lines, and it's done. Gambit Esports rise to the occasion, and they'll take that grand final. What a play, I mean, what a team, Chad. These are boys you cannot discredit. They continue to add trophies to the cabinet, and OG fall to the 3-0.
This is hard work right here. You see it time and time again. They continue to evolve. They continue to push the boundaries, and they continue to punish any team that tries to step in front of them here. Seeing the growth of Gambit on our screens. Fantastic stuff, and a clean 3-0 in the grand final. Gambit have done it.
IEM champions. One more time, Gambit Esports. Get those pogs in the chat.
in the group stage, Gambit have well and truly leveled up back to their world #1 form over the course of the playoffs, proving why they're the best of the best in Counter-Strike at the moment. Online era or not, clearly Gambit have the skills, and it's going to be so exciting to see them in the group stage of IEM Cologne next month. Now, boys, it was a sweet 3-0 for Gambit, but can we talk about OG first? Because it does seem like their story as well is becoming a more exciting one. Yanko.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they played great up until this point, and I think we set the scene well in a sense of it's difficult for a team to come into their first final best of 5 with the 2 new players. It's been almost a year. It's been 9 months since they last played the best of 5 final, and you're going up against the best team in the world, right?
Yeah.
So at that point, anything you can do still off a map. You need to get the momentum. There's a lot of win conditions for you and way less for Gambit.
I think there is a lot to learn from this event for them. I mean, even if it sucks when you lose an event, you know, if you don't win it, they have like a lot to look forward to in the future. They brought in 2 very talented players. They're now in a boot camp. They elevated their game for, I would gonna say, 50 to 70% than what it was before. And right now, the feeling is gonna suck probably for the next couple of days. But you know, they are really becoming a stronger team every day.
And the individuals on OG, we're now starting to see them all turn up at the same time. I know it's a thing that I talk about all the time, but it was an issue with OG, that consistency, trouble. It seems to nearly be behind them. Perhaps Flamesy needs to get a bit more experience under his belt. But he only joined the team, or at least he only played his first official with the team on the 13th of April. And I know it's a bit of a meme when we talk about these young players, but he's 17 years old, Yanko.
Yeah,
there's surely so much more.
Let's look at it like this. I mean, he joined, Nico joined as well. They were in a rough spot in the Flashpoint. They went to the bootcamp. They won the Spring Sweet Spring event relatively easily. They come here. They reach the finals. They beat a couple of stronger teams than them, when you look at it, and they have shown a lot, especially these 2 new guys. Flames, obviously, they didn't have the best game today. It's fine. It's allowed. You know, it's nothing crazy.
Yeah, there's no shame in losing to Gambit, and we've seen throughout the tournament some good moves from them, good CT sides at times, clear game plans on T side, right? The structure is there. You just need to build on it, right? Get more cohesion, get more team play going on, and for the players to get a little bit more confident. Their confidence is definitely higher now once they beat some good teams, and we'll still see them this season where they can show us how much more they can evolve in a short time span.
We're going to see them in play in Cologne, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so they have just enough time to prepare for that event. They have a lot to learn from this one, a lot to looking forward to. So, you know, overall, it was a very good event for them.
Well, you can see his scores on the screen right now. Axile was an absolute monster during the playoffs, and absolutely today, of course, you wouldn't expect any less from him in a grand final like IEM Summer. So let's speak to him right now. Let's get him in. We should have Axile, yes.
Yes.
Here he is. Harosh, thank you so much, and congratulations, Axile.
Thank you.
First of all, I would like to ask you about your CT side, because you seem to have a lot more freedom to flank and get some cheeky, very annoying kills. Tell us about how your role is changing.
Oh, I just feel the game, and I don't know. My mind said me push when I pushed these times. I don't know. I just feeling these moments, and that was good.
Hi, man. Congratulations on winning another event. So I have a question for you, because my team and me together watch a lot of your individual demos, like, for example, Mirage and like Cat and the T side, like B-Holes. And everybody agrees in my team that you are one of the cleanest, most skilled players right now in the scene. So we want to know, actually I want to know as a coach, basically, what do you do to prepare yourself? Is there any special routines? How do you like go into like the map preparations for like individual positions?
I'm just watching demos. Of course, I'm training some positions on Prax, and I'm joining on the free map where is only one of me on the server, and I'm just throwing some nades or looking for new positions or something like that.
There you go. You can see like everybody who is listening right now and wanna improve their game. That's one of the ways to do it, I guess.
Yeah, it's constant work. Congratulations on winning the final. You had a great tournament. My question is actually, you guys have had a couple of rough losses in finals where you're generally playing on a really high level every tournament. There was that loss way back to Heroic in a best of 5, then to Navi at DreamHack. What did you guys take away, learn from those two losses that kind of helped you maybe in this particular final?
I hear someone, I don't know. Okay, can you repeat this?
Yeah,
because I hear the...
Yeah, no problem. So I said you lost 2 best of 5 finals, right? To Heroic at Pro League, to Navi at DreamHack. So what did you learn from those 2 losses that helped you maybe come into this game or for the future finals that you might play as well?
We just focus on our mental because it's really important for us. We are playing good, but when we are in stress and we are just doing fast anything, we playing bad, and it's I think the most mistakes for us.
All right.
Axile, during the group stage, you had to play from home, and it felt like it wasn't the same Gambit. Do you think if you were still playing at home, you would have had such a successful grand final, or even made it to the grand final of IEM Summer?
It doesn't matter where I playing, but home is I don't know, more comfortable. I think it's like maybe at home your power is more, because at bootcamp it's like a job, and yes. But I think I will. Oh my god! I just how I played this final, I can play at home like this, I think, yeah. And I think it's not matter for me.
How do you feel about IEM Cologne? Because that's going to be a LAN. You're actually going to come face to face with your enemies.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Me and my team are waiting this LAN, because really first LAN of such a I don't know,
a long time.
A long time, yeah. And it would be interesting, I think.
And everyone is going to be expecting you to do really well, but at the same time, it is the first LAN we're going to see you guys play since you became the full Gambit lineup. And so there's going to be a bit of pressure from you, from the community. Do you ever listen to the audience and what they say about Gambit?
I think we don't have pressure. We just... and I think we will not feel the pressure on the LAN, but maybe some stress and a new location for us. It may be playing some role in this.
Oh, Axel, we can't wait to see you perform on LAN with the rest of the team. And before you go, I have to say a second congratulations, because not only did Gambit take the IEM Summer Trophy and their second point on the Intel Grand Slam, but you are the first ever ESL Pro Tour DHL MVP, Axel, voted for by the audience, by the experts, and of course, earned by yourself with your incredible performance. How does it feel?
I don't know, it's really... I don't know, incredible. Be this MVP second time. I don't know, it's really feeling good. And maybe 2 years ago, I just don't... I don't know how to say. And
say it in Russian.
I don't know, maybe 2 years ago, I can't imagine what I will be the MVP second 2 times ago. Oh, go what? 2 times in a row.
2 years ago. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, 2 times in a row. It's an incredible result for you, Axel, and it's an incredible result for Gambit as well. Thank you so much for joining us to chat about your win, and we will see you in Cologne.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
What a nice guy. I feel like he would have given us a lot more insightful. Like he wanted to give us the answers we needed, but he couldn't probably find the proper words. And I feel like in the future, like if he gets a hold of English a little bit better, I think he can be a really good guy to get some really good points of.
Can you speak a little bit quieter, perhaps?
Yeah, because I was like following Frankie.
Back to you, Frankie.
While we wait for Mantu, thank you very much. Very generous of you boys. While we wait for Mantu, because we're hoping we'll get to have some words with him, we should bring in the lovely Chad and the lovely Alex, because they have got Chad's box.
All right, I've worked it out. Hello.
I really don't want this to happen, to be honest, because I'm already embarrassed.
I've got the technique.
Oh, beautiful. All right.
So this is
nice.
Are you going to reach in, or am I going to reach in?
Oh, I never get to reach into the box.
Can I just put a disclaimer, guys, before you do this?
Yeah.
Sure.
Like, we did not know before we made the predictions that G2 was just practicing this tournament.
Oh,
I just
really?
wanna, I just wanna make that clear.
So, just
you know,
to make
I
it
thought
clear,
they were playing to win.
Drum roll, please.
Somebody should have told us before.
I just wanted the death to like me. I just wanted the death to like me.
All right.
Well,
Look, let us reveal the truth.
Not gonna happen.
Oh, that's me. I said Gambit.
Well, I guess Alex wins.
All right,
Do
well,
we need to
that's the
reveal
end
the rest? Okay, no. Anders went G2, so Alex was bang on. Anders was mental. He believed the guys at the
Hugo
desk.
Byron went for Vitality. I can understand.
Not a bad shout.
As you submit this during playoffs.
Harry went for G2 as well.
Okay.
So we've got a couple in the G2 camp.
Spun J.
I went for OG.
I mean, you got the finalists.
Yeah, they were there. You and I were the closest so far.
And also,
Well,
that's,
actually,
you
were the
used to be
closest.
part of the OG hate club, so predicting them.
There we go. Maniac with G2 as well. What, did you guys get brainwashed or something? What's going on here?
Another G2.
Yeah, we were all
dearie me.
idiots for thinking they were playing to win.
Frankie Ward.
Oh my God, there's so many of them. Kassad, G2, and we know that last one is going to be Yanko. Imagine if Yanko put Gambit.
Yeah, nah, not gonna happen.
Well,
Not
lots
gonna
of
happen.
G2s. What was that? A total of 1, 2, 3, 5 G2s.
They're coming out of my
6
ears.
G2s.
Dad. I've got too many G2s.
You and I were the only two. You, me, and Hugo were the only ones who didn't predict G2 to win the grand final.
Yeah, and I was the only one that predicted the world #1 to take the tournament.
Wow, crazy that.
Nice one, guys.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's why I suppose it's meant to go down. But yeah, that was the 1xBet box. And we'll let you guys explain your way out of this one.
Have a nice evening.
Well,
goodbye.
Yeah. We were just practicing our predictions, so.
Yeah, we were practicing our predictions
So
for
the
Cologne.
real ones are gonna go in the Cologne, yeah.
That's why yesterday it was very difficult not to take that interview with Malik very personally. Because we were all rooting for them. We were all rooting for you, G2. All right.
We still are.
Let's talk to Mantu. Let's cleanse ourselves and talk to one of the superstars of IEM Summer. Mantu, I know it wasn't the result that you wanted, but how do you feel about your performance today?
Yeah, I think we obviously wanted to win, but being realistic, Gambit is a really tough, great team. So just we made it to the finals. I think looking at the bootcamp, it was super good bootcamp for us just to improve and just get to the finals. So I think we are all proud of ourselves.
Hey man, really good tournament for you overall. Sucks to lose in the finals always, and I know the feeling. I mean, it's not going to be like easy for the next couple of days. But tell me about your team and what do you feel like you progressed the most in the last couple of weeks since you won the Spring Sweet Spring and now playing the finals here.
Yeah, I think it's just playing a lot of officials and getting confidence for each person, like each individual. Yeah, we learned a lot through the tournament, just how to play together, how to again play with confidence, and just individually for me, I feel like with Flames and with Nico, they are giving me more space, they're more aggressive, and just letting me do my own thing, which is why I think I played better from the Spring Cup and obviously going to this tournament. So yeah, there's a lot of improvement from us.
Hey man, commiserations. I think you guys played a great tournament too. No shame really losing to the world's #1. But in your opinion, what's the thing that you can take away the most from this loss in the final? That's like the clearest to you where you can really improve on.
I think I'm not sure, to be honest. I just think Gambit is just built different right now. They played so long together. But yeah, I think looking back at the games, I think we were just a little bit hesitant, a little bit too much counter-shotting, especially on the second map where we went on rounds where we counter-shot and just they went into positions there and we just lost a lot of key rounds just because of that. So I think if we just focused on our game a little bit more, maybe the outcome would have been a little bit different. Maybe we would have got 1 map or 2 maps away from them.
Okay.
You've made it to the play-ins of IEM Cologne coming up in July. That's going to be a LAN. Clearly, it's a really benefit to the team being on boot camp in Denmark at the moment. What are you expecting for the team from that event? For that event, I should say, sorry.
Yeah, I think we improved a lot from this bootcamp, from these 2 tournaments. So I think we are heading into the next tournament with high expectations. And yeah, I think the core of me, Vard and Lexi, just wants to finally win a final. So yeah, we want to go into that tournament winning.
Well, the best of luck, Mantu. Thank you so much for joining us to talk about that IEM Summer Finals. Commiserations, and yet also congratulations. It's been an absolute blinder from OG, and we can't wait to see more from you in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Luggers.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's so tempting to talk to him for even longer because his performance was so ridiculously consistent throughout this entire event. And also, I just want to ask him if he's British or Polish. But that aside, what's been your favourite thing about this tournament? Janko, I'll come to you first.
I know the least favorite thing.
I was thinking about it. Yeah, I think it's just the resurgence on some of these teams like Vitality, especially OG playing really well, VP making it into the playoffs, and EG surprising everyone. So I think it makes the field for IEM Cologne even more open, the play-ins even more unpredictable, since we'll have some teams that are coming completely out of left field, like LDLC, for example, that no one really counts on doing anything, right? So I think it's going to be very interesting to see that tournament unfold as it closes out this first half, first season.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Vitality was my favorite team in the tournament next to G2. Obviously, G2 got me all the way up here, and then they did that yesterday, and they're just boom. But that was so hyped that they're going to win the thing. I think you were too. And obviously Vitality was the other team that kind of surprised me the most. OG was kind of unexpected as well, but I think the Vitality played a little bit cleaner CS than everyone else in this event, just tactically looking for me. But you don't always win with the best CS. You just the more consistent teams win, I guess.
Oh, gentlemen, you've been absolutely fabulous. Now, I'm just talking about your shirt. She's also been wonderful on the desk to work with as well. We have to say props, of course, to Maniac. Unfortunately, he couldn't be with us this weekend. Harry, Hugo, and of course, Alex and Chad. You've all been fabulous, not least Anders, the teams and production. Thank you so much. And of course, you guys for watching. That is it for Intel Extreme Masters Summer. But we'll be back next month, before you know it, with the Cathedral of Counter-Strike, IEM Cologne. We'll see you then.
Days gone, I won't waste another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Heads down, they will watch us shake the ground. Oh, like this, it will fill the air around. Days gone, I
anybody else going to forget?
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past the midnight hour. See